June 23rd. Again, this is a meeting broadcast via YouTube. You can view it at washingtoncity.org/meetings. You should be able to get that. I'll entertain a motion to approve this workshop.
Mayor, I will make a motion to approve our workshop agenda for June 23rd.
Second by Coates.
Thank you. Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. We'll move on to a discussion update on our economic development. Rusty Hughes. Are you on yet, Rusty?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My apologies for not being there in person. I'll get right into this. City Manager Red asked me to just give a brief overview of just kind of an introduction since I'm about 30 days on the job. So, oh, there we go. Okay. So I'm just going to give a prior to starting at Washington City, I worked for a regional economic development group for about 7 years right here in Washington County. I've successfully managed and several recruitment and retention projects and have been responsible for putting on the annual What's Up Down South Economic Summit for some time. I'm a business finance graduate from Dixie State University. I owned and operated a small security and cleaning service business in La Jolla, California before moving to Washington County. And within the community, I've held various volunteer positions, mostly having to do with tech education, mentoring students from ages or grades 4th grade through college. And then also I've been a resident of Washington City for almost 20 years. And I'm a wife and mother. That's a picture of our Christmas card for this last year, right there at the Washington City property there at the park, the Veterans Memorial Park, where we do the Christmas tree every year. And I'm so excited to let you know what I've been up to after a little bit of a false start, hit the ground running, and I have so much to share with you. And so I'll just kind of go through a quick overview, and then we've got a couple of guests. We've got Marcus Keller. You've met him. He's in the audience. And then we've got a Benj Becker and Mark Anderson, all from Zions Public Finance, and they'll be helping us with the PID discussion. That's the Public Infrastructure District, or PIDS, as we like to call it. And then what we also have sent forward in the packets, an agreement that's being proposed by the Washington, it's the St. George Area Economic Development Council. It's the Washington County group, and they do regional economic development. So they're requesting a partnership with us. And so I just wanted to give you those for review. Okay, we'll go ahead and get started with the next slide. This is kind of the 100,000-foot overview. This is just the initial assessment of Washington City from an economic development perspective. And it's evidence that there's a tremendous need for a focused effort. I see my best time used towards this basic mission, which is to establish a well-balanced and sustainable economic base through a threefold approach that expands and strengthens the city's sales tax base, property tax base, and buying power through good paying jobs. So that's why I'd like to build some programs around that foundational piece. And then in order to do that, next slide. There are 4 objectives that I would like to focus on. We'll focus in on the lower 2 a little bit later on. But these are really vital components of a successful economic development effort in my experience. The first one is for economic development to be made a priority for local government leadership. That includes elected, appointed, and hired leadership within the community. It's a highly interactive activity, and it best works when executed with intention and forethought. And so I really applaud the council in creating this economic development position and really putting an effort and providing the resources to really have us to build a successful economic development strategy. Second part of that is economic development is necessarily long-term. It's very important to, especially with the rapid growth, primarily with residential in Washington City. I'm gonna ask for community leadership and to commit to build a thoughtful and long-term approach. I think that this approach will help to optimize the city's economic development opportunities and best serve the city's residents. And then the next thing is clear policy and process. These are vital components as well. It just keeps everybody in the know about what's going on. And we'll talk a little bit about policies. We'll cover that. And then at a later time, we can go over processes. But communities need to support the building and planning requirements that protect the community, while also recognizing and remedying the individual's policies and practices that impede business and economic development. So I've been getting to know the wonderful city staff at Washington City, and we'll just be looking at these as we move along. And then the last one is that this is also what I consider a very vital component, which is coordination. So that's both state and regional coordination. It's critical to the success critical to the success of a well-informed long-term economic development strategy. And we also get to leverage all of those resources that are available at the state and region. Okay, next slide. Okay, we're going to talk a little bit. I love data, and I have a very analytical approach to a lot of things. So the first thing I did when I arrived at the city was I just kind of pulled some information, and this is very high level. It's very basic, but it kind of paints a picture. So I want to start with painting a picture of potential challenges within Washington City that we could one day face. And these challenges actually help illustrate the importance of a focus on economic development. So when we look at the revenue side of a municipality's budget, we see two main sources of recurring revenues. There's also an expense side, and we'll talk about that too, but one of them is sales tax. So in this example, I put in an arbitrary number that there's a 22 million in annual retail sales. Of that annual retail sales, that little sliver of orange is a Washington City's portion. It equates to about 0.5%. So that's one of the revenue sources and that we get from commercial development. And then the next slide. This shows property tax. Now, property tax doesn't go entirely to the city. And I realize this is basic and 101, and Councilman and Mayor, just I appreciate your patience with this. Sometimes the public doesn't realize this though. So I thought it's beneficial just to kind of paint the picture, to just go over these things. So these are the 2020 figures, are the tax rate. We have two tax rates in Washington City. Most people pay that 0.001 9154 that's highlighted there. And then we've got some certain areas that because of some bonding, they have a little additional tax. And this will actually, I put PID on there because this is where you'll find a PID. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. Marcus will do a better job of explaining that, but this is another revenue source. And if you look at the amount that goes into the city fund from that total tax bill, I gave two examples. One is a commercial example, and in Washington County, commercial has a market value and a taxable value, and those are the same. And then for primary residential, there's a market value, and then the taxable value is 55% of that market value. So you see in these two scenarios, commercial and residential are taxed at different rates. So primary residential gets a little bit of a break, about 45% break in their in their tax rate, or their taxable value. So in what they're taxed on their primary residential. And what that equates to, as far as percentages, is the next slide. And right there, that yellow piece is the city fund. So that's about how much of property taxes go back as revenues to the municipalities. It's about just over 12%. So I'm just kind of reviewing this so that we can look at the next slide, which is the oh, sorry, I wanted to illustrate this. This is interesting. All right, go forward, Stephen. Okay, so this kind of shows that we are absolutely a bedroom community. So Washington City, the blue bar graph shows the last 8 years, blue showing the amount of residential permits pulled, and then red is commercial permits. And then if you look at the little gold piece there on the pie chart, that's kind of in a different category, but most of those are residential as well. That's when people pull permit to put in the swimming pool or subdivide their lot. Most of those are residential. I had Bonnie out, Bonnie in the building department pull these for me, and I think it illustrates this picture that we have about 98% is residential in Washington City. So when you look at the city's profile, kind of keep that in mind. And then the next slide will show you okay. So there's the revenue side that we went over, and then there's the cost side. And this is an estimate. This isn't specific to Washington City, but this report that's put out by the American Farmland Trust does a study, and they file a report showing the average or the median cost to provide community services for each dollar of revenue raised. So when you look at each dollar of revenue raised for commercial and industrial, the cost to service that commercial and industrial is about 30 cents on the dollar. Agriculture is about 37 cents on the dollar, and residential is $1.16, which means that when you're highly when your mix is mostly residential, you run the risk of not being able to meet that cost to service. And we're talking about annual revenues. There are other revenues at the city, I recognize this, but we're talking about annual revenues or regular revenues that come in regularly, whether that's annual and monthly, or like in the case of sales tax, they come in differently. So this is something that I would like the council to keep in mind. It's something to just to bear in mind when you're asked to rezone commercial to residential, especially within Washington City. And I know sometimes it makes sense to do that, but this is just something that you want to keep in mind, because there is an importance of developing commercial within the city. We'll go ahead and go to the next slide. Okay, so we're going to get into the documents that were sent out. I just wanted to give you a heads up on these. We've drafted a couple of documents. One was drafted by the group asking for the agreement for regional economic development, and then the first one has to do with clear policy, and that has to do with the PID. So we currently don't have any requests for PIDs, but our neighbors have had them. And this policy, or drafting this policy, is proactive planning. We want to get a policy in place ahead of time so we can avoid trying to create a policy while evaluating an application at the same time, which some of our neighbors have ran into that. So go ahead and go to the next slide. We've kind of gone over PIDs or PIDs and CRAs. We're not going to talk about CRAs today because they're really easily confused, especially because they have they're both financing tools. But we want to focus on PIDs right now, get the policy in place, and then we'll do CRAs another time. So something important to remember is that the policy and the district are created by the city or the municipality. In this case, it would be the city. And the district is separate from the city. So these are kind of the bullet points that that Marcus talked about, Marcus and Benj talked about last time they were here. So we just go over those. And then I kind of wanted to open it up for a discussion at this point with the first draft that was sent in. And if you have any questions about the policy, the draft policy that was submitted for review. And it's okay if we, Marcus made the trip all the way down from Salt Lake area to be here today. So I'll let him maybe approach the podium and we can go from there.
Thanks, Rusty. Marcus Keller, for the record, from Zions Public Finance. Absolutely, Rusty's done a great job explaining this. I think that's the best way to dive into it. I believe all of you have seen copies of the preliminary policy. We've kind of edited, made some changes, tried to make it a little bit more unique to Washington City and some of your different concerns. We know, obviously, bringing in jobs, commercial, industrial type is more of a priority than continuing to build out residential. But we've kind of tailored this policy to fit, I think, a little bit better with Washington, some changes from Hurricane. And again, this is just something that can change and continue to grow. It doesn't basically cement you into one place. You can adjust it as needed, but it gives you a nice outline as well as potential applicants an outline so they don't overwhelm you with information you're not looking for, or they give you enough information to make a well-rounded decision too. So.
Can either one of you could maybe just talk a little bit about some good examples of PIDs that are coming in regionally that just give us an idea of what we might expect.
Absolutely. And I think that's a great place to start. Let's talk about some of the good ones.
There you go.
I think a good example of a PID is something that, I think we touched on this a little bit last time, where you provide a win-win-win situation for everyone involved. Right now, we know we have a housing crisis. We have a housing shortage. So the win would potentially be more market or more available supply in that regard. A win for the developer would be able to put some of these costs and be able to finance it both cheaper, avoid some additional inflation costs by doing more of their project now with some of this upfront cash, lower financing costs. So theirs would potentially be kind of saving money, right? A win for the city is, what can we do as part of this PID to help the city? Because anything that the PID finances is going to have to be dedicated back to whatever local government, whether that's the city, district, whatever that may be, that's going to take over and operate that system. So in the case, I think a good example in Hurricane was that they wanted to come in there. Hurricane knew that this large parcel of land, I believe, I want to say close to 1,000 acres. Let's just throw that. It was large. It was going to be a very large development. They knew that they weren't going to be able to provide the infrastructure in a timely manner. So what they did as part of the PIDs, the developer said, we're going to build the regional roads. We're going to do that for the city. They'll be dedicated to the city. This is going to be the public infrastructure. And that's going to help us just as much. It may potentially help the city, but also too, we're going to improve our parks. We're going to, the basic level of what you're required here, we're going to put an additional $2 million into this park to make it kind of something we can point to. So when people say, why is my property tax a little bit higher than this person's property tax? We can say, well, obviously there was some things that, it's hard to point to a road, right? And say, well, you're paying for some of that road. But it's much easier to say, well, look at your park compared to your neighbor's park or to that development down there. You're getting a lot of this improvement. And so the win for the city is getting that new piece of money that's going to be available and giving some of it back into the community. That's going to help the residents, potentially help the city. It's going to save the developers some money, and it's also going to help with potentially housing supplies. And we can't say it's going to provide cheaper housing, but the idea is a house built this year is probably going to cost less than a house built in 2 years from now, the way we're kind of looking at numbers. So
I have some questions on the, were you done, Councilman?
Well, I was just going to ask on the example that you gave, was that it wasn't for commercial. It sounds like that was actually for.
So this
a
was for a residential piece. We have done another piece that was for commercial. So that one was quite a bit easier of analysis. You'll notice when applicants do start coming in, we really focus in on the commercial because we know it's going to affect an individual resident. So we want to make sure this is very much thoroughly done. Whenever it's more of a commercial project, this was going to be a hotel and I believe some kind of retail center. So it was a little less concerning. You know, we assumed sophisticated investors were going to come in and buy into this project, not, you know, someone like me that's just trying to, you know, get through their mortgage and sign the papers as quickly as possible type thing. We're not as concerned because they're really just taxing themselves. And so they're just getting an opportunity to have cheaper money up front versus going out into a commercial lender. And so that's how they're able to do that.
And did we limit residential in our PID? Are we not allowing that, or am I just remembering that from one of the conversations? Kevin, if I read that.
I'm not sure if we have a number in here. I apologize, Rusty. You may have it here. I've looked at a couple, so I don't want to get them confused. But typically, the rule of thumb is we don't want to really go over 5 mils. So 5 mils would be 0.005. And so that's kind of the baseline. So they really have to have a compelling story to go above that, because we think that would be, there needs to be a reason, right? When you start getting above that, the numbers you'll see as we run some different scenarios and so forth, start getting larger and larger. A lot of the PIDs we're seeing are in the 4.5 mil. We usually like to set a soft cap at 5 and say, you have to have a very compelling reason for residential to go above that. And, you know, let them provide that. We don't need to kind of make that scenario for them.
But the agreements and the structure, the way we have it currently, would allow for a residential PID.
Correct.
Okay.
It would allow them to apply. Doesn't mean that you have to approve by any means. And again, there has to be a compelling reason. We understand here in Washington that residential isn't your concern. I you know, looking at the numbers there, obviously it's more of a burden than anything. So they have to come with a compelling story on why they believe potentially their PID fits your scope. And maybe that's because they're building additional infrastructure that's going to help the city and the future residents in that area. So it's kind of, like I said, the win-win-win situation. So maybe it offsets that $1.16 by some of the infrastructure. Maybe they're connecting your trails or different parks or whatever to make it more of a regional benefit. So again, we're not going to give them that. They're going to have to come to that on their own, but you know, we're going to kind of outline that to them. But obviously the commercial, that's the one we're a little less concerned, but we would allow them potentially to go up to 10 mils or 1%, again, because it's just taxing themselves and raising that revenue that they'll eventually pay back, or their future retail tenants or hotel or whatever sophisticated investor would pay through a higher rent.
Okay. I do have some other questions, but Councilman Staley had a question.
Yeah, so I have a few questions, thoughts. So we just list some typical commercial infrastructure things that the developer would bond for and use this tool.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the big ones that we're seeing is roads. So roads is obviously one, sewer, water, parks, trails, you know, power potentially. With you all being a part of UAMPS, it would make them eligible to bond for the power side of it. One thing that we're trying to weed out that we are seeing some is people will come and they'll want to do clubhouses or pools or something, and we're like, no, because that's not
so
really,
much for the
that's not the
amenities.
public benefit.
So the developer comes in and there's a need for them to, you know, do some sort of infrastructure, say roads or whatever.
Correct.
So then they approach, is it Zions or is it anyone to bond for that?
So in this case, it would be they approach Rusty. So they would approach Rusty and say, hey, we're looking at our numbers and we want to build potentially this master plan community. But one, it's going to be very expensive for us.
For the example, let's keep it on commercial.
Oh,
So
I
let's
apologize.
say, yeah, let's keep it on.
Yep.
Let's say it's a commercial development with 8
Gotcha.
lots, whatever.
Yeah. So let's say they come in 10 acres of land. They're like, hey, we want to put some commercial here. So what they would do is they would go to Rusty. They'd probably know about the PID process beforehand, either through just kind of around Utah, it's getting out to most developers, or an underwriter or something would kind of talk to them about it. They'd say to Rusty, hey, we're really interested in a PID. We want to do this commercial development here, but we're going to need the PID for this, and this reason. And so as part of this, they would get the application. They would say, okay, perfect. So, you know, they'd run some numbers and say, okay, based on this much increment, we think that we'll be able to finance $10 million, $30 million, whatever that number comes out to be to finance our project. You know, does it make sense to us? Yes, because we're saving money. Great. We'll submit the application. The city could review it. And potentially if it goes through, the city would create the PID over that taxing area.
Does the city guarantee the bond?
No,
So that's so the developer will have to qualify for the loan essentially.
correct.
And then from the time that they receive the monies and build out the road and whatever else infrastructure is part of it, does the interest continue to accrue until they sell those lots?
So
When
it-
does the payback start because ultimately we're deferring, we're passing on some of these infrastructure costs to the end user, right? So when does the retail outlet or the restaurant or whoever who comes in and buys this lot,
Mhm.
when do they start paying and how do they determine their portion?
Yeah, and so without getting, I'll get technical, but rein me back in if we don't need
Yeah,
to go.
stay
So-
high. I'm just
okay,
trying to
I'll-
generally
so-
understand.
So really the way it's structured is they'll use a 3-year capitalized interest period. So what they'll do is say they'll raise $8 million in proceeds and then another million to pay for the first 3 years as they're doing the build out for their project to pay for the actual interest payments as they've bonded for it. So those first 3 years are going to be paid from revenues brought in from the actual bond. And then once they do that, the valuation, because these are most likely going to be limited general obligation bonds. So that means the revenue is going to be generated by the increasing or improvement of the property or the
Mhm.
taxable value.
And that's basically the collateral as well.
Correct. And the nice thing is what's different about this than special assessment bonds or a few other things is that we actually call them limited. So if we set the mill rate at 5 mills, if that's what the city determines is the max for that PID project, and they're assessing it at 5 mills, whether the project goes belly up or whatever happens there, basically the bondholders, the person that bought that note, they're only going to be able to get whatever increment that project's in. So that's the risk that they're taking on their side. That's why it's only sold to sophisticated investors.
But basically you account for the cost of the money, the interest
Mhm.
in the amount that they bond for. Is that
Right.
basically how it works?
Most of the time that is because there's going to be the build out
Because the
period.
builder,
Yeah.
there's not really a cash flow until they sell off the lots and then they're passing those forward to the
Correct. So in a commercial
Purchaser.
property, a lot of the time, they're either selling it to a different business or somebody that we know. The concern that we sometimes have and that we're just really honing in here in Utah to really educate and get out there is residential, right? I mean, obviously they're going to know their monthly payment, but sometimes they don't take the time to look at the line item. But absolutely on the commercial side, they're going to be selling off the lots and different people, or a lot of times we actually see them keeping the lots and they're just kind of leasing it, but whatever they're doing, they
in
want it
which
to
case
improve.
they start.
Exactly.
And typically they make that payment, as Rusty showed us, as a line item on their property tax.
That's exact, just similar how the geo bond for a school district.
Is it basically once the time,
Mhm.
like the time frame is complete, or is it when the transaction occurs that the property changes hands or they start doing something with it?
So as soon as the PID issues those bonds, there's an amortization schedule set up for it. So anybody buying into it would kind of know, how much of their parcel is, is
Okay.
dedicated to that piece.
Okay.
So
And then it's just basically the life of the bond, whatever the
Right.
payback period
usually
is.
about 20 to 30 years for
Okay.
these limited geo bonds.
And I'm assuming it's based on the fact of, say the developer sells 2 lots and has 8 lots left. He is the one that's in charge of paying those property taxes on the bond
Yep.
until they sell.
Correct. And so whoever the owner is responsible, just like we would pay our property tax, they would have to pay that and it'd be an additional expense on their property tax bill.
I'd like to go back to just some of the
Yes, sir.
basics on this. So there would be a board set up which would be the council, correct?
Correct.
And then there's a technical.
No, I don't think it would be the council.
No,
I'm sorry. I thought you meant so it would be a board set up by either the owners, which would originally be the developer, but as soon as they start selling off lots, it would be an elected board by the residents or the lot owners. So usually it'll transition from developer to the residents. So they're their own independent
Okay.
board. Yep.
So, but then there's a technical advisory committee that advises the council and the mayor, as it states in the text. So if the city approves a particular PID for a certain development, they're not obligated to do that for the next development.
No.
It's just at a whim, they can do it or they can say no.
Absolutely not. I mean, your hands aren't tied by anything either in the policy or by anything in state statute. We just think that this gives just a clear understanding to all the parties involved to make it an easier process and more clear process. So you're not wasting your time, or somebody tries to waste your time saying, you know, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z project. We're like, we're not interested. And so we can just kind of weed out a lot of these from before you even have to spend time thinking about it.
So can I ask a question on that vein there? We always talk, or we're kind of worried about things that are arbitrary and capricious. As a city, Council Segmiller, can you tell me, is there a place where we would get in trouble by denying one or approving another? So we're thinking about, he's saying like we could pick and choose which PIDs we want to do, but is there a bright line that we should kind of stay with, or could we say, look, we've already tried one or two of these, we want to see how they go for a little bit and take a break? Or do we have to be kind of guided by, do we have to write that in the resolution to make sure that we write it in such a way that it includes and excludes basically everything we need up front?
So the council is the legislative body that has authority to make decisions regarding the health, well-being, welfare, protection of property, protection of citizens within Washington City. And so like your findings on other motions, your decision on a PID would need to be supported by findings of that nature, whether it's an approval or a rejection. Other than that, the line gets no brighter. Legislative authority on those points is quite broad, and the state law grants that deference to you as the elected representatives for this jurisdiction. But yeah, if your decision is we're gonna deny it because of public clamor, you'll lose, right? Because the
Well, but
courts
outside
have-
of even
the
public
courts have
clamor though, I
identified
mean,
that.
what about just squeamishness about maybe one of them you're not sure is going to succeed? Is that type of squeamishness sufficient to say we're going to hold off for a few years on the next couple?
It's tough to make an opinion on a fact pattern that doesn't exist.
Better to have the same type of standard that we
If you're
use. in
gonna
other-
deny it, my advice would be deny it because it doesn't work for the health, safety, welfare of the citizens of Washington, the community in a whole, or the property that is found within it.
And how much effort do we need to put in the original design of the PID application process to build that kind of denial and guidance in?
Well, to the extent that your process can incorporate findings of this council about those areas, I guess you could build those in. I think the better practice is to leave that discretion for the meeting when it's heard in a public
Perfect.
meeting, because there's sometimes public hearings or public comment. And your legislative authority on those points is just as effective in a public meeting as it would be in a PID document.
Yeah, and the PID is 100% agreement. Anybody inside the PID absolutely has to either be in or out. They can't, there's no
Correct.
gray area there.
100% landowner consent.
So Marcus, got in. I'm excited. This is good. So one of the reasons that you have the policy is so that we turn this around and we give somebody who's interested in a PID clear direction on what the city's looking for and what they're really not interested in. Does that make sense?
Correct.
I have yet to be convinced that Washington City needs any help incentivizing residential development. And in fact, in speaking with the county, they still complain about our Coral Canyon extra tax assessment because here we are into the third or fourth or fifth owners and they just don't understand why. Now, I'd have a really hard time explaining to somebody, well, it's because of that road or that park that you're paying for. Your neighbor across the street is not paying for it, but yet everybody gets to use the road in the park. I mean, it's a really tough one for me. Now with commercial, I get that. So I guess policy wise, I think you and Rusty have done a fantastic job here, but I wonder if we want to make it a little more specific for Washington City, because it really doesn't say that it'll only do 5 mils for residential. And maybe we really even put some policy language that says that we really don't see this as a good option for a residential development.
Yep.
We don't close the door on it, but we don't waste your time and money unless you have a really compelling argument. And so when people bring these to us, we're kind of weeding out some of the things that we don't want to see right.
A little bit of hint language in there to just kind of guide them where we want them to go.
And I think it helps us to deny it because we say, look, right from the very beginning,
We've raised the bar already.
just really have a problem with doing this.
But I see the benefit of residential. I do. I see the beneficial in, say there's a road, a master planned road that you need to get through a parcel of land to get to this other parcel. That's a good road to do for PID because there's a big gap. And instead of, I mean, one of the frustrations I hear all the time is that we've built these main roads, they're main arterial roads, and they go in and out because it's just piecing together. How nice would it be to just build that entire road and have it built and distributed across the cost over the next 20, 30 years?
True, but then you go back to what he said before, which is helping them to understand on the second and third owner that you're still paying for this, but everybody else has got the same tax rate, a lower tax rate, and they're getting all their roads in there.
And I think this is twofold. And I think this is what the PIDs were supposed to accomplish, is take this burden of this explanation from your plate, even though I know it will still be on your plate to some degree, and put it onto the PIDs. Because unlike Coral Canyons, where the city actually had to issue the special assessment bonds, and then, you're in charge of foreclosures and the administration, or you contract it out, whatever it is, all of that gets put onto the PID's plate at this point. So if somebody wants to come and complain about it, you say, hey, go talk to your elected PID board, similar if they had a concern with their HOA or something along those. That's not us, even though I still don't think that makes you exempt from responsibility because you are the one creating it. So I'm not saying that to any degree, but I'm just trying to say there was supposed to be some separation there. But I guess to address Jeremy's concern too on the residential, the reason we've left that in there is because we want to kind of make this a policy that can kind of change over time. So maybe if residential does become more of a concern later on, which doesn't seem like it's going to be in the near future, but what I would say to that is we can put language in there that lets them know what the city's goals are. If the city's goal is to bring in higher paying jobs, to build more industrial and commercial, we can let them know that up front. So they kind of have to, like you said, give a very compelling reason. Why in the heck would we do a PID for residential? And then they need to convince you as the city council to approve that. And they have to bring the reason. You don't have to think that up for them. And if it's a good enough
And I
reason,
like that
great.
point because
Yeah.
we put the burden back on them. We're saying we're open to it, but you've got to convince us.
Yeah.
So I would like some guiding language in there that kind of directs them to that, but leaving the door open.
Correct.
Are we okay on that topic? Can I ask two more questions?
Let me just, if I could just follow up with Councilman Coates' comment. So your thought is that road, that interconnecting road would be associated with a particular development and we could do the road, but the road wouldn't stand on its own as a PID qualifier.
All I was stating is, I mean, there's lots of different scenarios that can happen. I'm just stating that's one example of, hey, there's a gap.
Right.
I own this piece of land. I own this. We can either build the whole road and get it out there, or
We leave a gap for a
we
number
leave a
of
gap
years.
for a number of years. And
Well, that answers my question
and
because if-
so I'm just saying there's lots of scenarios. I just don't want to close the door and say we don't want to do residential because I think there's
agree.
always scenarios that are beneficial.
And we probably can't even see all those scenarios yet.
I mean, there's scenarios of lots of things that happen that, I see it as a benefit that, hey, you can build more road, right? Like instead of doing in such phases, you're building longer road, bigger roads and pushing and getting more of those roads in place that you can start your residential areas in different locations. And so those can be beneficial because of the cost, because you look at the cost of today, which are extremely high, but who knows where they're going to go. And you can get them for the cost to today's dollars and have your road in 10 years. And so I understand people are complaining about, hey, why am I paying for this? You paid for that road at a cheap dollar rate. So your road that you paid for 20 years ago, or the fifth person had been paying on it, was on this low dollar rate. So you had a fully improved road that was paid for in $2,000. And in 2020, it would have cost double that. And so you're getting a much better rate is all I'm saying.
Or without that road, your development wouldn't even happen because we couldn't get there. So-
And I think sorry, before, I don't want to interrupt you there. I just wanted to say, and that's what really this is designed for. You're not going to see very many people that are saying, I want to build 8 houses on 2 acres come for these. It does, the cost efficiency isn't there.
We
These are
might,
for-
just so you know.
Oh, okay.
I'm not putting that out. I've seen 8 lot subdivisions come recently.
Well,
So
it usually doesn't make sense. Maybe I'll say that. But what you'll usually see are large master plan communities. And I think that's where a lot of these benefits can come in, is how can they really benefit the surrounding areas as well as the community with these potential PIDs, whether that's commercial or residential. So
I have an example of a commercial use that's local that you can probably, and this is hypothetical because I don't know that they use a PID or are entertaining a PID. But what comes to mind for me is Tech Ridge. Tech Ridge is difficult geographically to build there. as far as access. They have to put in 2 separate roads of access. And then there's a perimeter park that goes all the way around, and then they have plans for there's a canyon kind of in between, and it's a mixed use, but a lot of it is there. To me, that makes sense to do a PID there, to build that infrastructure out, to build those additional access roads, and that would improve that property. And then there's a viable commercial use up there. So if we have something similar or come across something similar, I would much rather see it go towards something like that maybe included some residential. And that's why I think we wanted to leave the door open a little bit, but that it's a much more mixed use type of a development, but it's a large scale and requires some public infrastructure.
Okay, so 2 questions, and I'll let you pick how you want to answer these and who wants to answer them. But I would like to kind of jump into the language of the agreement here. And I guess what I'm struggling with is I've never seen one of these before, so I don't really know so much what I'm looking at. So I would really like either you or Rusty to kind of help me to see like what are some of the high points of this? What are some of the reasons why you put certain language in there? What are some of the different sections that we may want to consider for alterations or expansion or contraction? And then you hinted at a bad PID. And so if you want to do that within the language, or if you want to just talk about some things that might be a bad PID, I'd like to hear that as well.
And I would say, maybe I'll start on that just to kind of go over this really quick. I think when I say bad PID, these are ones that we've usually caught in the net. So these aren't ones that make it. But again, people that are trying to do this for things that don't even qualify. So somebody coming saying that I want to build, a clubhouse or something that doesn't bring, obviously one's not going to be dedicated back to the city or local government. And so had it gone through and they tried to, kind of do it in some creative way, then I would have considered that a bad PID and a bad project. I would say a bad PID is a city that basically just says, we're not going to put a policy together. Oh, there's a rule for 15 mills here. Take your 15 mills. We're going to put all of our trust in the developer that they're going to do things right, that, we don't really have a responsibility to do it, and go run with it. Here's a blank check, and, and off our shoulders onto the residents and onto the developer. I would say that's probably an example of a bad PID too, when the city hasn't done maybe just any due diligence into maybe just filtering out certain PID requests. So I won't name anybody specific because I'm not even sure if that's been done, but those are kind of some broad examples of what I would say is a bad PID, either bad projects or use of proceeds, or just a blank check from the city and just saying to the developer, hey, go do your thing. We trust you. But
Well,
not
that's a
that you
good
can't trust them, just, the city, I feel, still does have some responsibility in this process.
That is a good answer. I do feel a little ripped off that you didn't name names and point.
I'm
fingers.
sorry.
So
And I can go over your highlights too.
there's some comfort level for a city, the
Mhm.
executive body here, is that an organization such as yours will be involved hand in hand with the city, with the developer, making sure all the numbers work right. I mean, so we're counting on you or someone in your position to give us some assurance when the time comes.
Yeah, so that's why we've been coordinating with Rusty, with Jeremy, my other team members, Mark Anderson, you may already know here, he works with the city in a lot of other capacities as well. Same with Benj Becker, who's been helping a lot with the CRAs too. That's our goal, is to make sure that a good policy is in place, but also just make sure you have all the facts in place. And again, that, there's no little tricks. I mean, they're starting to become more and more familiar. I mean, these are still relatively new products, so we're still learning it, right? I mean, we're doing our best to help cities get out in front of this. We're doing our best to set up good protocols and good systems, but absolutely, we're here to make sure that it's a fair and appropriate PID. So
So my question is, PID creates a new tax revenue
Mhm.
and be paid from property taxes and assessments. Would you talk to that for just a minute and help me to understand how that process holds other residents harmless and how this is a benefit financially to the community, please?
Absolutely. So a couple different parts of that question there. So let's assume that you do create a PID. Typically we are seeing these. So they do have the two options. They can do it like a special assessment bond where they actually put a lien on the property. So an assessment on that property, and then that person would pay off that assessment and be bonded against and so forth. But most of what we're seeing, so that one's kind of the old way that doesn't usually work with these. So mostly just think of the limited GO bond where they're putting a special tax on that property. So in order to put any kind of tax on that property, like they couldn't say, well, we're going to do a PID here and we're going to include your house here too, because we want you paying on our PID. They have to have 100% ownership consent. So usually that's why this only works with developers, because you can barely get two people to agree, much less a neighborhood of 100 people to say, yeah, we want to put a PID on our property.
But on a special assessment, I mean, other jurisdictions that I've worked in, they can do special assessments on the existing community, correct? On those type of loans,
Only if they do a special assessment bond through the city, the old way,
Yeah,
but through this PID,
the old way.
regardless
trying to
of how they
explain the
do it, they
difference.
need 100% approval.
Well, yeah, and the city's hooked in on it. I'm just saying that those are another type that we're not talking about tonight.
Right.
Just it's another type that,
But either way, the PID issues their debt, they have to have 100%, whether it's the special assessment avenue or the limited GO avenue. So kind of consider those are the two ways that they can raise money through the PID. Both require 100% versus the special assessment. Let's say Coral Canyons or Dixie Springs or whatever that may be, where you just had to have, I believe, just the majority vote, and then you could be encompassed even if you voted against it. So just know PIDs 100%. That's why we're always getting these from large developers who basically they own all the land. So they're giving 100% approval to tax themselves on that land. You're never going to, I won't say never, I don't know, but you're probably not going to get anyone that's multiple part. I mean, we've had even PIDs fall apart when there were two developers involved just because they couldn't agree on certain aspects of it. So, it gets more and more complicated the more people involved.
So in no case, you would use exact existing taxes to be redirected to pay that off.
So that's more of the CRA. So that we won't
But
talk
in
about
this case,
CRA.
just in this case.
So in the PID, let's assume that your tax rate, I believe it was at 11 mils or something. So if the city council, let's say, approved a 5 mil levy, all of your other taxes would stay the same, and there would be an additional 5 mils or 0.005 on top of what they're paying. And that piece of the 0.005, that tax would be used to pay the debt service on the bond. And that's all the PID does. It's a financing mechanism to raise capital through the bond and then collect revenues to pay the bond back. That's it. It doesn't even own the assets that it's paying for. It has to deed those back to the local governments that would control and run it. Did that answer your question? Hopefully that
Yes.
a little bit more.
So districts are not uncommon to the city, right? We're familiar with the mosquito abatement district and the waste district. And in certain parts of our country, the Midwest, there's water tower districts and tornado abatement districts. And their property tax bills can be 12, 13, 15 line items long, depending on where they live. If they live within the defined boundary of any district, every year their property tax bill has the levy defined for each one. And so if you look at PID as just a district, but it's a very narrow special purpose, which is to allow for financing a public infrastructure. Otherwise, it's a district like the other districts that some of you serve on the boards of and participate with in your assignments.
Okay, so going back to kind of the policy, I would really just recommend there's going to be a lot of legal language that are specific to PIDs. So you may scratch your head and say, why do they have this in there? And just know it's because we've either learned from our mistakes or trying to avoid any complications. But I think probably the biggest ones you guys would want to focus on are the requirements and expectations. I mean, we can even add, I think, Rusty, you had mentioned the first page, I believe, was also what we wanted to look at too. And we could put additional information in the first page if you'd like, council member, about what the city wants in their city. And if you're not kind of asking for what we want, which is probably jobs, industrial, commercial, that type of project, then you need to basically explain in a write-up or maybe a few paragraphs on why a compelling reason along with your information. But, you know, I wish there was a section I could point to you to and just say, really focus in on this one, but there's a lot of moving pieces on it. And I would just say, read it. And if you have questions, let's either email or discuss and kind of get you guys synced up on it. But most of it is basically just information that we are going to have request from the developer so that we can analyze it and make an appropriate either recommendation or not a recommendation to the council. Or we can look at it and say, your PID doesn't even qualify. It doesn't even meet state statute and law.
Okay. Rusty, are there any of those items in the documents that you kind of want to defend or explain?
Only that the state statute puts restrictions. It's a very restricted tool, and then the cities can put further restriction on that. So, and then give some guidance as to what the appropriate use is, and in the appropriate uses differs by community. So, you know, some place that is, you know, has less housing or really needs more workforce housing, or maybe they have a strong commercial already, would allow a big housing development. So I think we just have to really think specifically for Washington City, what makes sense for Washington City. And then maybe I agree also leaving the door open on some of those special cases. You don't want to make it too restrictive, but you do want to give some guidance. So in any way that that's possible. And I would say that probably disclosure and reporting requirements, especially if you are considering anything having to do with residential, that we really ought to focus in on that and make sure that we're really letting residents know, because although everyone has to be in agreement in many cases when it's a big swath of land that's slotted for residential development, the first owner is the developer, and then of course there'll be subsequent owners after that will bear the burden of this additional tax. So that needs to be clearly disclosed to them upon purchase or upon, you know, the transfer of that property.
And I think section A, kind of 1, 2, and 3 are probably ones that you'll be most interested in when you're looking at it, so you can really understand what the development is. I mean, this is where you live. I mean, you want to know what's kind of coming into your backyard. So, and so if there's any, you know, you feel like you want more information there, or, you know, more description, just let us know. We can craft and customize this policy again to meet your needs and your wants. And even if they submit an application, and if you have a question, again, we don't have to go on exactly what's in this policy. We can go back to them and say, hey, the council wants to see this, this, and this. It's not in the policy. Well, that's what the council wants. So don't feel like this is kind of the end all be all in what you have to do with a PID application. Just kind of gives you a little structure as potentially they do come in.
Can I jump in here for a second?
Absolutely.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Mark Anderson here. Just a couple comments. I just want the council to be mindful that this draft policy was a joint effort with Gilmore Bell and with Zion's Public Finance. I think Randy, I've heard him indicate to the Ivan City Council, he thinks it's better to have a policy because it is less likely that the city would be arbitrary and capricious as they evaluate applications submitted with similar information submitted to the city for consideration. Another project that's being considered for a PID right now is called Black Desert in the city of Ivans. It has about 1,000 residential units in it, but none of them are anticipated being primary residential units. They'll all be secondary residences or rental properties, and probably would be considered more like commercial properties than residential properties. And in that circumstance, the city is considering offering a higher mill levy than the 4 or 5 that we would traditionally like to see on a residential property.
Thanks, Mark. And just to reiterate, it's not up to you to find their reason to convince you. It's up for them to convince you. So, that's why we've left it in there. There may be some compelling reasons, whether this is maybe more of a redevelopment type area, something that they're that's expensive to develop. And this is what's going to help them put them over the top, whatever, I could think of a million reasons, but it's going to be up to them to convince you. And if it doesn't, pass, then it doesn't. You're not obligated to do that. I know we'll want to talk to the city attorney and make sure that, we're not just, that we can justify whether one passes or not. But at the end of the day, the state legislature really gives you the power to choose and be the creating entity. And, that's that from what I've seen.
Okay, so then we would need to put this in by vote, right? We would have to have the language put forth and then have a.
Well, I think, yeah, so this was just kind of to get this in front of you, answer any questions. I believe Rusty is planning to obviously, I think you either have a digital copy or a physical copy of this to review in preparation for city council meeting. At that point, it would, I believe, need to be voted on to be put in as policy. But, we just want to get in front of you and answer any questions that you may have, because we know there's obviously lots of questions concerning new financing mechanisms.
So, Jeremy, are we putting together a map of the areas where, we've kind of generally talked about the areas we've talked about doing these PIDs.
That would be with a CRA, right?
Yeah, so a
But-
PID wouldn't necessarily have a map. It could be,
Doesn't have a map.
It could be
with it.
anywhere.
Okay, I just wanted to.
But they would usually submit a plat area of where they would want, basically the
Well,
property.
they would. I'm just saying, we're not
Oh,
designating
no,
that
this is.
this
yeah,
can be anywhere in the city
correct.
as long as it meets the need. Okay.
Yeah, I had to talk to Rusty earlier to kind of get CRAs and PIDs separated in my mind. And
I thought they were both designated areas, so I appreciate that clarification. So the only reason why I bring that up is because if it was, then I wanted to make sure when we got this, we brought the map forward and got it figured out.
And I believe Rusty's going to be doing a CRA training at the next working meeting. So we want to go ahead and kind of get these distinguished, because we know they can get confusing, kind of mixing up. The PID's the much, I think, simpler one to understand. And it really just involves the city versus trying to involve the school district and the county and other entities. This really is a decision of the city and is at the discretion of the city. So that's why we wanted to do this one first.
well, it's simpler to understand, but it's also upfront. So you're doing it ahead of time, whereas the other, you're kind of setting a district, letting it come to you, and then working all the details out afterwards. So.
Correct. So.
Any other questions for Marcus or Rusty? Was there more of the presentation, Rusty, or was that it?
There is, but we're really tight on time, so I don't, maybe we can, I don't know if Drew has time to present. He's on the agenda.
Yeah. Any questions for council? If not, thank you. They can get with you individually, Rusty, if they have additional questions, correct? Or Marcus, or Mark, correct?
Sure.
Okay,
Perfect.
thank you. We'll move on then. Drew, continue discussion review of Washington Fields design. See you, Marcus.
So Councilman, I hope that you got your email this time, right? Everybody saw the survey.
Yeah.
And if you had any questions, thoughts, I know I've had a chance to hear from a few of you, and and in 80 pages, it's a long survey, a lot of pictures, still 80 pages. And a lot of them don't correspond with what a lot thought. So, I have felt all along, and will at this time once again offer that, either we can move forward with this, or we can go a different direction. And a chance I've thought about just to throw out for you maybe is that, something that's been coming back to me is I have, or the city has, a document already. I think maybe Councilman Bundy might have been a part of the downtown mixed use design guidelines. And they're, after hearing a lot of what people want to see, I think there's a lot in those design guidelines we could actually probably bring forward. And you as a council could decide, or if you want to move forward again, I'm here I'm going to be Gumby right now, and you can pull and tug and point in the right, whatever
All right,
direction you want Gumby to go.
My turn then, Gumby.
Um,
I'm just going to reiterate my concern from last time. I have so much confidence in you and your department's ability to really address what the needs of our city is and what the residents want and what our heritage dictates. So for me personally, what concerns me about this study is that somehow it grows legs of its own and it becomes more of a standard rather than a very loose guideline. So my opinion has and will be that, this study had started before I joined the council, and I understand that. But for me, I would always consider your opinion and your department and our residents, citizens more than I would any document that would be prepared by professional planners. So
I appreciate that.
Well, but the study's not going to have any power of its own other than what power the council actually gives it in guidance to the city. So, but in directly looking at the study, I think a couple of concerns. We are, I'm just concerned that with some of the first questions in there, if I was a resident, I would think that the council was so out of touch that I wouldn't finish it. And some of the better questions are actually at the back end of it. If you're asking them, I think we've just heard over and over and over again from our residents that they don't want certain things in there. Putting those up front, especially, like, do you prefer commercial over residential? That's like the first question. Do you want a Safeway in your neighborhood, or do you want a house in your neighborhood? I just don't think anybody's even going to get past that. They're going to think that we are so out of touch that they're not going to take this seriously. And honestly, there's a couple of those first questions that I would like to see them gone from here, because they're almost just so below what our residents want to do. But then I do think there is some value in getting some input from our citizens and understanding, what really is important to them. Is preserving open space out in the fields area important to them? Is what are your values? What is it that you want here? What is it that you love here? What is it that you would be horrified if you didn't have, if it wasn't here in 20 years? Now, some of those questions at the latter end of the survey come close. But I think we're gonna have some massive attrition that not to get to the end of the survey just because of some of the front loaded questions.
So I appreciate, and also I will throw out, there is probably coming up in the next couple of years, and the council can decide. We'll probably need to do some sort of an update to our general plan. It'll be about that midterm. Instead of doing a big overhaul like we did last time, we want to probably go in and do a midterm, as I like to refer to it. Maybe tweaking of it if we need to, get out the stuff that was accomplished in the last 5 or 6 years, just update some of those things, and we could take care of, those particular things that you're talking about, Councilman Ward, would be perfect for a general plan kind of update.
Well, but we've got this study here now, and I think, I mean, you've said several times that we've paid for this. It's there. I think we probably ought to just, pay a little bit more to actually get what value we can out of it. But we do have a diminishing fields area with that we've heard from a number of people that they have bought into the fields because they liked the fields of the fields and just some design standards as far as because we're having some difficulty with residents to say, okay, we're at the point now where commercial is actually viable in those areas. What type of commercial would be appealing to you? What would be something that you would actually want or not oppose? And not just the type of commercial, but the look and the feel of the commercial. And we have some really interesting opportunities with 3650 coming in. What can we do to really kind of capture that, guide it in a place that we want to go, and make sure it is something that we're proud of for a number of years. That's what this study initially was about, or at least that's the part I bought in to the study when we did that. So I just think, like this section here, we're looking at medium density, high density, and detached high density. I'm not sure that anybody's going to answer that legitimately instead of just being really frustrated. Like, of course I want this lower thing, but I do think there's some ways that, especially like I said, with the latter end of this, and it's so long, it's hard to almost talk about some of the the portions of it that are good. I mean, even this option item number 25, how much do you like living in Washington? You know, I love it here. I have a, you know, but it would be very interesting to find that out. A sense of community. That's not exactly how I would ask that question, but you know, what types of sense of community and what do they have? You know, and honestly, there's some essay sections of that it would almost be interesting to hear some input from people, have some of those, do a, you know, word mapping after some of those, and then create some questions based on that to tune that in. And I realize that's more expense, but yeah, I almost did exactly what I was telling you. I almost quit reading the survey, but I plowed through and I kept going, and I to find that there was some real hope and possibility in some of the latter portions of that, and the culture section. I'm still kind of scrolling here. I don't, you know.
Well, sounds like the first 3 or 4 questions you're not thrilled with, but almost starting after that, it's kind of, now they have 4 questions just on bicycle pedestrian stuff. You know, we already know everybody wants bicycle pedestrians, so I don't think that's a question we really need to ask. We have the numbers on that, I think. So I could easily probably drop that out. We're already changing our street designs for bicycle lanes, et cetera.
Well, but you know, it's not a
So-
bad thing to re-ask. We've tried that. We may find out that it's less appealing to certain people than we thought it was. You know, I mean, with a 3-part, 4-part question, a 4-answer question can only give you so much information, but yeah.
Can I make a comment? And I'm really new to this process, so let me just explain kind of what I'm thinking, and it's evolving, but it looks like when we went into this survey, we were looking at something different than what we're looking at today. It feels like we were looking at, okay, as the Washington Fields area develops, what kind of landscaping do we want? What kind of streets? What kind of density? And a lot of that is already done, and
Yes.
kind of, it feels like we're way behind on the survey in
Yes.
a lot of ways. And really what we want to know is, it feels like what we're really asking is, what do we want the commercial areas to look like so that the Washington Fields area has its own feel separate from other
You
places?
know,
And
that's
I
a
just
really
don't
good
know that
way
we're
to-
going to get that out of this.
Well, and maybe we
so-
won't, but I don't think it should persuade us from not trying.
No,
Maybe we won't ever get it, but I mean, like this question here, number 17, should the rural agricultural / homestead characteristic of the area be preserved? I would like to know that if people are bought into that. My assumption is that people actually like that. When I talk to people and they see the church orchard across the street going away, they're like, oh, you know, I kind of knew that wasn't maybe forever, but I thought it was 40 years. You know, in my mind, I thought there was something there. And just to get a sense of it, I think in some ways it might even have some value. And I'm becoming more of a proponent of the survey than I was before. I was before, and then I dropped out. Now I'm coming back, but
now you're in and I'm out. So
yeah,
is that
maybe
right?
so, maybe so. But even if it is just to actually direct people to like actually think about what they want in their home, and maybe that's a bad thing. Maybe we'll only direct them to what they've already lost from that. But I do agree with what you said. We're not going to be able to do one of these had like large plats of ground, like how do you want your roads designed? That's done. We're over with that.
Yeah.
But we do have some commercial components that could come in. And if we could get a sense of that commercial that could and probably really should come into those areas, people have this idea that like we really, you know, it's better to have these really massive lots, but that is causing us to drive through other people's neighborhoods in order to get to gas stations and food and other things. And that's really affecting some of our ability to put in bicycle lanes. Again, I've thought about this. So a lot of this is kind of rambling in my brain, but I think that we probably ought to collect maybe some different pictures that are a little more representative of our area and try it. Maybe, I don't know, you're sliding away from it though. It sounds like.
Can I agree with Jeremy? I agree that when I first heard about this survey, I'm like, well, the fields are done. They're developed. They're kind of planned. Now they've just kind of been the thing I want to look at is 3650, the back door into our community and the commercial that's going along there and the look that we present as our back door into the fields. And I agree with you on the fields, Councilman Ward, on that's why people are like, want to move to the fields, right? And at what point are we going to say there's no more fields left, right? I hope there's always some field, some preserved. I'd love to save one out of this whole thing so we can say this is the fields, what's left of the fields.
This is
But
what life used to
but
be
we
like.
we don't have control on those lands because we don't own them. But someday, potentially, they could all be gone, which would be sad because we'd be
It'd be
saying we're
sad,
going.
especially if it's really like one of the most important things to the people out there.
It
Like,
is.
but if
You
it's
drive
really
by
that
a field,
important,
or
we
you're-
need to actually know that. And we need to know it now, and we need to take some action on it.
But I agree with
Creative
you.
action.
But I'm going to tell you the answer is yes.
Okay.
Everyone that moves to the field loves the fields. I haven't heard one person that, I mean, I live in the fields. I moved out there because I like the fields. I've always known that they might go away, but I do love the fields. I love driving by them. I enjoy the greenery of the fields. And that, I mean, I know I'm just one person and I'm not saying don't do the survey because we've already spent the money. I just don't want to, I'm more interested in the commercial side along 3650.
So
and-
can
That's
I
a great
jump in on
point.
that commercial side, which, because it feels like this is primarily directed to what is the residential build out. And what I'm hearing is that really that's kind of pretty much a done deal, right? We know what's built and what's coming, but I thought it was interesting the way you started this discussion tonight, Drew, was pointing to Councilman Bundy and asking if he was involved with the mixed use downtown, because when we're talking about the look and feel of potential commercial there, I'm interested to know how did we get that study done for the look and feel of the downtown? And maybe you can shed some light on that. I mean, I think I have a little bit of an idea, but it would be interesting to know who helped us with that, because those were some things that seems like just reading over that, it captured that in one side, this historic pioneer type of building with the sandstone and the arches and the angles and things. But I also see in other areas where there's this farmhouse agricultural thing. And I think there's spaces for maybe some modern. So it'd be interesting if we had some ideas of, here are the design guidelines that aren't cookie cutter, but here's what we want in these commercial areas that are going to grow into the fields. We'd do what we can with the residential, but it'd be interesting if somebody could help us through that process on what do these design guidelines look, so that we can, and can we preserve some of the fields in that process?
Well, and that's exactly what got me excited about this when we started it. And we knew
That
at
was
that
the
time-
initial intent.
Well,
Yes,
I don't
for
know if it
sure.
was the initial intent, but that's the portion of what was being done that I actually got excited about, because I knew that for myself, I wasn't going to come up with any of these creative ideas and different unique things that had been maybe done in other cities or that we could tap into and then try our own brand of. But and COVID, everything else happened, and we're kind of where we're at. But I wouldn't mind at all just kind of directing this to 3650 and saying, this is kind of what we want here. We want to focus on what is it that we want out of this. I'm a little reluctant to go with the Main Street because I think that was a little bit of a failed attempt at what they designed with not the Main Street, but the downtown area.
So
there.
I don't know that if there was maybe a failed attempt, it was the fact that it wasn't really implemented. But if you go back, it's like an 80-page book. And if you look through it, I think they're hitting the mark on some of the design guidelines. If that's one of the approaches that maybe these commercial developers want to take, do they want to go from the historic side? But I think there's also a side where you can go and do kind of farmhouse ag stuff. I think there's another like Crimson Corner, and you look at maybe a little bit more modern. I think there's a few different areas. My concern is I don't want a metal building Family Dollar, right? So I think we just have to have some sort of standard and then some sort of continuity within there. But frankly, it would be nice if there could be someone who could help us walk through that process, whether from like a landscape architect or some sort of an architect design that could come together and help us establish some designs. And maybe we do like we do with general plans where we have open houses, and maybe that's part of the survey is, what do you like? How would you like this to look? And then we interact, boots on the ground with, but it would be nice if we could have, maybe whoever did that come back in and incorporate those other elements that are appealing, that we've all kind of heard, that we all kind of understand, that are appealing, that make the fields unique.
Yeah, if I could just weigh in just for a second. My understanding, and I'm probably less involved in this than anyone else because I've only been here a short time with this particular area. Yes, the downtown area, I think it might have been a little before its time, before really, I think is in my view, we're probably a little bit ahead of ourselves on that. It was a good idea. But I agree, it may be somebody like that done that, someone like that could help us here. But since this has been discussed since I've been here, I've always understood it was kind of the commercial, something along 3650 South, that we're trying to, because there were a couple of developments that came in that, we wish we had these guidelines, but we didn't have them. Another thing that I wouldn't want to have forgotten, Mr. Ellerman, and that is streetscapes, even though we're not doing, if we do concentrate along 3650, there are other major roads that within the Fields area where it's just going to be residential that I wouldn't want us to just forget streetscapes. Some of these type of things that have been shown in this study. Obviously
The
we've got,
components of that we maybe, because there are some, putting a block wall right next to a sidewalk, we may want to consider just like that's a bad idea. That's not.
well, that, there's going to be a lot more discussion, I'm sure. We've already started that with water, and it needs to be water. So we need to be sensitive to the water use even on these streetscapes. But I think, some of us have been to the desert cities and we see this, and there are ways to do that to try to minimize the water as well. But I just wouldn't want us to forget the streetscapes in some of the other areas.
I appreciate that. That's a great point.
And some of the other areas I think include Washington Fields Road, because there's those pockets along Washington Fields Road. And I think those are the big intersections, right? 3650 is your lateral and north-south, your Washington Fields Road. But there are commercial pockets on both of those that really ought to be looked at.
Well, there's portions of Washington Fields Road that looks like they had a design guideline that goes over couple of different areas where there's sidewalks and then there's landscaping and then there's.
And I think that's
fences way
just
back.
kind of Drew's
You're
department doing his
welcome.
job.
No,
I really think
They
that's
have worked
him
with
doing
us.
his job on
We've had
those.
some great developers work with us. We used to have it in the code, and then for some reason, I don't know, when the codified book came out, the new one we got, that landscape thing somehow didn't make it through. And I kept trying to find it. But anyway, people have been actually very generous I just tell them, look, I'm asking you to put this landscape through. If you don't, then, I'm afraid then we'll have to stop and go through the code. And everybody's been very good about it because they know it makes the city enhance. They all do.
But you've got that in
So-
place. It might be wise to just kind of attach it to this and say, this is really what we want to do.
We'll find the 3 or 4 you really like, and we use that as our examples. Just say, get,
Well,
these-
maybe not
design
even,
guidelines
maybe not
and
even the study, maybe
streetscapes
that
and-
state, maybe we don't put that back out to the study because you've already gained so much ground. Why ask about something that you've already gotten? some
Works and
momentum
looks
towards?
good.
It's like there's a lot of things I think we kind of know, and I've
Portions-
kind of moved from, is the survey necessary, or do we realize that we need some design guidelines? That's kind of where I've.
Right.
Or is the survey for us? We've taken it and now we move from
Yeah, but I
there.
also appreciated what Councilman Ward said. I kind of, there's some parts of the survey just, if I were a resident, I might be like, what are these guys thinking sending this out? So I like the idea of a survey. I like the idea of the input, but I don't.
A little more focus, maybe, and try to
Maybe
get
3 or 4 questions. I don't know if that's too
But
focused.
My
but-
biggest, one of mine was it's 80 pages. I'm not going to take 80 pages and read through it if I had to,
Well,
if I
but
got
you're
a
scrolling
survey.
through pictures. It's not an enormous amount of.
I understand that. It's still 80 pages.
But what's exciting about it too is, as Councilman Bundy said, maybe we're a little before our time with the mixed use and it didn't catch on the way we had hoped it would there, but maybe we're right on time at
I
this
think we
point
are.
with design guidelines in the fields, and maybe what we can do if we can get out in front of this, if we can find some good partners to work with, maybe we end up having this community we look back in 10 or 20 years and say, man, we nailed it. And we made a difference on this, and it just benefits our whole community with an identity and
I was thinking more ahead of our time was on the downtown, but on this, I think this is,
Yeah, if we
is
delay,
very
we're going to be too
urgent,
late.
frankly,
Yeah,
because
very timely.
it's changing so fast down there that if we don't get something, it's over.
So Drew, at the end of this, this wasn't contemplated to give us any commercial design guidelines.
Oh, that's when I went through. I was there wasn't hardly anything. No, I
So-
mean, there
so-
was, but not, they really focused residential.
So there's a little bit of urgency right now because of the commercial areas that are starting to be rezoned for sale. I think it sounds like the council would really like us to start down that process of commercial design guidelines. And I like your idea of potentially having some open houses to let public comment come in and look at that. I mean, you look at places like, I mean, I'm not gonna pick places maybe that are super popular. Park City has a definite design guideline. Midway has a definite design guideline when you go there. And I think that's kind of what people are looking at for the fields. Can the fields have its own sort of aesthetic as far as the commercial areas that are going to be there? And you're looking at like Councilman Staley has, there's 2 or 3, maybe 4 sections in the fields that will have some commercial pockets that can look like this. We're doing a pretty good job with the residential, but it sounds like there's 2 pieces. There's the resident survey, which I think we can still continue to work on. We're going to whittle it down to something smaller than what we have.
More focused.
Which would be nice anyway. We could add, we could even include that for more residents than just Washington Fields even. How do you feel about your community and these different things?
But I do think as
But-
we're doing that, some of that I think it's just always good to be just kind of touching base with your citizens. What do they like about their area? What is important to them? What type of feel and what type of, how much ownership and how tied to your community are you? Those types of
Some of
questions,
those questions.
a
that
little
we're
bit
gonna-
enhanced, bring those back, design guidelines for the commercial and streetscapes. Maybe, and you're right, maybe we just kind of take what we've got with the streetscapes and kind of move towards them and keep directing developers with that. But
So because we're running out of time and we're running out of time to get some policies in place before the development
Literally and
happens.
figuratively. yeah.
Yeah, both. It sounds, is it okay if we start working down that path of some commercial design guidelines for the fields? And I feel that is kind of separate maybe from
please.
what we have here. Is that just?
And if you
nods?
guys still want a survey, could I ask you to pick your top 6 questions out of here that you feel you want?
Yeah.
No more. I mean, and I will take those and hopefully we'll be within 8 or 9. And I think we can focus and then add a couple of just commercial. But again, some of these, just pick your top 6 out of this. Just send them to me. I'll get those in. We'll work on getting some photos done of some places that could give people ideas, of what we want. And I say we have 2 open houses, just have people come up and put a dot on the thing that they like the most. That's what they'd like the look to be. And I think we can get that thing done and, come up with design guidelines.
It may be beneficial for us as a council to also talk about 3650 and talk about, I've heard this from residents, I've heard this from the council. This is going to be another entrance into our city. And we might really benefit from just getting together a little bit on what we want to see here, what we're hoping for that to become so that it doesn't squirrel away from us.
One thing that I'm going to just be opportunistic on this topic is 3650 will kind of curve up around that church that's there and then in front of the temple, and it'll tie into 1450 South in St. George. I've felt that it would be beneficial for our council to work with St. George's council in coming with a common name, because with the temple there, I don't know that people are going to really distinguish whether that's in St. George or Washington. But I think if there's a name that goes, the length from the Parkway over to, River Road in St. George, and ultimately that road is going to push all the way through and tie into Dixie Drive, but maybe east of River Road in St. George, that has one common name through our cities. I just think that would be beneficial, especially with the temple there, because the name isn't a St. George Temple or Washington Temple, but I think it's nice if it just had and I'm not so concerned with exactly what the name is, but I think that would be nice to have some continuity between, as our cities grow together, to have a name that
So
we share.
Washington City Road. You're good with that name?
I don't know if St. George would
Well,
be.
I'm just asking because I'm good with it.
I would be good with that. I don't think we're going to get the buy-in from the other party. They might come back
Oh,
with
I'm
St.
just-
George City Road, but maybe we
They
can find something.
They were
that-
suggesting black with yellow stripes road.
Yeah,
How about St. Washington?
St. Washington.
You've already got the name.
Isn't that the school? I don't know,
George
that's-
Washington Road. There you go.
Yeah, George Washington.
All right, so I think you've got some marching orders, a little bit.
Yes, just get
Okay.
those, your top 6 to me as soon as you can. Just say question, just give me the 6 numbers. I'll take care of the rest. City manager and I will get together and start working on some other stuff and put together, we can start moving.
Yeah,
work
thank you,
on this.
Drew.
And don't worry about the money. Again, we got a great deal on the thing. It'd only be a few, dollars that might not, I wouldn't worry too much about that. We could still use them maybe to help get some of this other out too. So
We got our benefit out of it so far is how I look at it.
Thank you, Drew. Thank you, council. I will move on to item 4, discussion review of firework restricted areas.
Mayor, if you want, we only have 5 minutes. We have it also in the regular session, so I
Wanna
don't know
take
that
and
5
discuss
minutes
it
is
then?
enough time to get it done.
All right,
Give everybody a 5-minute break.
I'll
if we
entertain a
wait.
motion to adjourn, take a 5-minute break. and come
So
back.
Do we
moved.
have to do anything with that item?
No, it's
At
already
a
on. it.
workshop meeting?
Bundy second on the motion.
All in favor?
I
All right. Washington, and Councilman Staley, if he will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Our Father in heaven, we humbly bow before thee this evening. We express our gratitude for the opportunity to be in this free land of America and for this beautiful community that we live in, Washington City. We're so grateful for being here. We're grateful for those who preceded us here and settled this area, and for the challenging things that they dealt with to make our city what it is and to put us in the position we're in today. We're grateful for the opportunity to serve and to be involved in governing of the city and the growth of our city, and pray that we might be inspired to make decisions that will be the best possible for all involved. Again, we're thankful for the blessing of being here, and we ask for a special blessing at this time for rain, moisture here in our desert climate, that it will help sustain us here in this area of the country. And we say this humbly in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you.
Please rise. I know we have at least one or two who have served in the armed forces. If they'll salute, and others put the hand on the heart and do the pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, gentlemen. Move on to item 1, approval of the agenda. I'd like to make a couple of corrections or updates on it to accommodate somebody that lives out of town and could get home a little earlier, our treasurer.
So Mayor, I'll make the motion. We approve the agenda with the change in moving item 8B and 8C to right before the preliminary plat. So after item 4.
Staley will second the motion.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, item 2, announcements. Anything to announce?
I have some announcement, Mayor, if you don't have
Absolutely.
anything. So Independence Day is coming up on July 4th, and it will be celebrated in Washington on July 3rd. So traditionally, we have the Lions Club, who does a pancake breakfast starting at 7 a.m., followed by some booths and activities and games and races, and it's a lot of fun. The traditional events will also include an auction later that afternoon. That evening at Greater Zion Stadium, there will be fireworks. There'll be a patriotic show that starts at 6 p.m. and then there'll be the fireworks that start a little bit later. But I think that's a great way if you're trying to be mindful of the fire danger. It might be smart to go attend that one where it's contained and the fire trucks are all there on site. So, but I just wanted to make that announcement that we'll be doing our traditional Independence Day celebration on July 3rd that morning and throughout the day. And then the fireworks will be at Greater Zion Stadium that evening on the 3rd.
Thank you. Any other announcements? Okay, item 3, declaration of abstentions and conflicts. Any to declare?
Mayor, I will declare that I own property adjacent to or in the close vicinity to item 5D. I'm just declaring, I'm not abstaining.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I could, I don't know if this is really necessary. Item 6A, the applicant there, I provide professional services for, not on this particular development, but I provide professional services. So I would be voting on that.
Okay, thank you. Any others? Okay, we'll move on to item 4, the consent agenda. To approve the minutes from the city council meeting of 6/9/21 and 6/17/21, and the consideration to approve a local consent for Royal Thai Cuisine.
Mayor,
Questions or comments on those 2 items? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move that we approve the consent agenda with the approval of the minutes for dates 6/9/21 and 6/17/21, along with local consent for Royal Thai Cuisine.
second by Councilman Coates.
Thank you. I'll do a roll call vote.
Bundy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
Thank you. Move on to item 8B, consideration to approve a resolution setting the property tax levy for Washington City fiscal year 2021. Carrie Wheelwright.
Thank you, Mayor. Making my annual pilgrimage to come in here to bring the certified tax rate. For the calendar year 2021, the tax rate for Washington City that has been proposed by Washington County is a mill levy of 0.001001. That is down a little bit from what it was last year, but they base that on a 3-year rolling average as far as revenue. That gets us revenue in the amount of $3,500,000 for the year out of our property taxes. Any questions?
No questions or comments. I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve a resolution. Approve a resolution setting the prox levy for Washington City fiscal year 2021.
Bundy, second.
Motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Bundy, aye.
Thank you. That one is approved. Item C, consideration to approve a resolution setting the property tax levy for Washington City Special Service District in Coral Canyon for the fiscal year 2021.
The county actually operates on a calendar year, so it goes on the calendar year rather than a fiscal year. But the proposed rate for the Coral Canyon Special Service District this year is a 0.001639. And that will produce a $733,825 in revenue. And that money is used to retire the bonds for the Special Service District out at Coral Canyon.
Mr. Wheelwright, how close are we getting on those bonds? Do you know? I don't mean to put you on the spot.
We are getting closer. 2027 is when those bonds will
Okay,
be paid
I know
off.
we refunded those a few years back and it cut some time and cut some interest off. So that's a good thing that we're.
It did, and it did a great job with cutting interest off of that mill levy that we get each year, because we were at that time a 0.003 for several years. So we've cut it almost in half during that period of time, and we'll have them paid off in 6 years.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments? I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve the resolution setting the property tax levy for the Washington City Special Service District at Coral Canyon for the calendar year 2021, or is it?
The county runs on a calendar year.
Okay, it says fiscal here, so that's fine saying calendar.
Set at 0.001639.
Correct.
Bundy, second.
Thank you. Motion or roll call vote. How is that better?
Yep. Bundy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
You can stay if you want, Carrie.
Have a safe trip home.
Item 5, preliminary plat, consideration to approve preliminary plat for Red Mesa Sunrise Valley subdivision, phase 1 and 2, located approximately 300 South Country Way. Applicant Midden LLC.
Thanks, council. This is Eldon. I'll be reporting this. The applicant is requesting approval of a preliminary plat for Red Mesa at Sunrise Valley subdivision located at approximately 300 South Country Way. The applicant is proposing 66 building pads on an area coverage of 16.23 acres. The zoning designation at this particular location is planned unit development residential, and the surrounding zoning is planned unit development residential to the north, east, south, and west. The proposed subdivision conforms to the approved zoning, and the request meets the subdivision requirements and other city ordinances as it relates to this location. Staff has reviewed the request and recommends approval with conditions of the preliminary plat as outlined. The Planning Commission reviewed this request on June 2nd, 2021, and unanimously recommended approval of the preliminary plat for the Red Mesa at Sunrise Valley subdivision to the City Council based on the following findings and subject to the following standard 12 conditions. And we're happy to answer any questions at this time.
Any questions?
If not,
Here, if there's no question from council, I will go ahead and make a motion to approve a preliminary plat for Red Mesa at Sunrise Valley subdivision phase 1 and 2 located approximately 300 South Country Way.
Bundy, second.
I do have a motion and a second. We will do a roll call vote.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
IBI.
Coates, aye.
Bundy, aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. Item B, consideration to approve a preliminary plat, for Stuckey Farm Storage located at approximately Washington Fields Road and Red Slope Parkway. Applicant Carl Larson.
Thanks, council. The applicant is requesting approval of a preliminary plat for Stuckey Farm Storage subdivision. As mayor stated, the applicant is proposing 4 lots with an area coverage of 26.01 acres. The zoning designation at this particular location is planned community development. The surrounding zoning is PCD to the northeast and west, and St. George property to the south. The proposed subdivision does conform to the approved zoning, and the request meets the subdivision requirements and other city ordinances as it relates to this location. Staff has reviewed the request and recommends approval with conditions of the preliminary plat as outlined. All of which are the standard 12, and we're happy to answer any questions at this time.
Eldon, I have a question. So this is a planned community development, so it's been master planned. Was there anything on these 4 lots that was already approved, or were these just there, waiting for something? Does that make sense what I'm asking? Are we changing this from one use to another use, or are we just coming forward with this is the use that they would now like to use in their PCD?
Yeah, that's exactly right. This is the use that they're going to be using as their PCD.
No prior intended uses on these lots. Okay.
From what I understand, they were all slated for storage units, and that's what they're moving forward with.
So this is consistent with what they had originally planned. Okay.
Yes.
So the question I had was as part of this preliminary plat, I'm assuming that they are planning on dedicating the roads out to this parcel, because they're like the Washington Fields Road and the Red Slopes Parkway, that would be all part of the preliminary plat.
Correct. All the way down and over. Yes.
So that's included in the legal description that goes all the way around.
Should be. Yes.
Just another general question. It is right adjacent to the end of the airport there, and I'm sure that there's been consideration for that. They know when the PCD was approved and it was storage units there. I don't know if there were any restrictions as a result of that, Drew. I don't know if you would know off the top of your head, but apparently it must be, that must be okay.
It is. The height isn't an issue there in that area.
Yeah, because they're way down low. Okay.
And there is an air plate.
I think they know they can't store any school children in there.
So Eldon, this is Councilman Ivy. Would you share for our citizens that are listening at home what these storage units would be used for, if they're just regular residential family type storage, or what they'll be used for?
That's a great question. I don't have an affirmative answer on that. From what I did understand, it's going to be residential storage to serve the fields area.
I think that's correct. Drew's saying that's what he understands also. Thank you.
Any
If there's
additional questions?
If there is no further discussion, Mayor, I move that we approve the preliminary plat for Stuckey Farm Storage located approximately Washington Fields Road and Red Slope Parkway.
Isn't it for Stuckey Farm Storage?
I'm sorry, did I read the wrong one?
Well, no, you read the right one, but I'm looking at the preliminary plat and it says Stuckey Farm Storage. It doesn't say Washington Fields Road and Red Slope Parkway. So
Okay.
maybe we should include Washington Fields Road, Red Slope Parkway, and
And very good.
Stuckey Farm Storage.
I will amend the motion to include the Stuckey Farm Storage. You're correct.
Second that by Councilman Coates.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Bundy, aye.
Coates, aye.
IBI.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. Item C, consideration to approve a preliminary plat for Frontier subdivision located at approximately 1000 South Washington Dam Road. Applicant Doug Dennett.
Thank you, Mayor. As stated, the applicant's request and approval for a preliminary plat of Frontier subdivision. The applicant is proposing 21 lots and the area of coverage is 11.93 acres. The zoning designation at this particular proposal is the residential agricultural 1 acre minimum, or referred to as the RA1 zoning designation. The surrounding zoning is RA5 to the north, open space to the east, industrial, light industrial to the west, and then RA1 to the south. The applicant has applied for the bonus density credits as seen on the plat, which includes interconnectivity of external streets, a mixture of lot sizes, landscape open space, public trails, and tree-lined streets. The request meets the subdivision requirements, and with bonus density credits, the subdivision conforms to approved zoning and other city ordinances at the location. Staff has reviewed the request and recommends approval with conditions of the preliminary plat. The Planning Commission reviewed the request at their June 2nd, 2021 meeting and had concerns with the proposed lot sizes being smaller than the current RA1 zone. The Planning Commission also agreed this is a difficult piece of property due to the general plan splitting of the property with industrial designation on the west half and the estate designation on the east half. Planning Commission unanimously recommended denial of the preliminary plat for the Frontier subdivision, stating that the reason again for denial was based on the request for bonus density is too aggressive with the proposed lot sizes, thus causing restrictions with the agricultural benefits of the RA zoning, and also the lot size proposed not being consistent with the intent of the current zoning. Commissioners also noted that this is indeed a difficult piece due to the designation, as stated earlier in my report, of the general plan and surrounding zoning. So with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions. I kind of took this one on. I know there were kind of questions about this piece, but just to give the council a little bit more history is this parcel, if you do go to the general plan, half of it is put in industrial. I think there have been 2 prior applications for industrial on that, and they were going to do an RA1 subdivision on the east, but the industrial got denied just because there were a lot of citizens that showed up with the noticing. And so that's why this is a difficult piece, because they're given in the general plan that west half of this to be industrial, but the city hasn't awarded them the industrial zoning. And so with that, staff just felt, and I know because the questions have been brought up about why we're using bonus density. Well, again, I'm just going back. It's a tool within your zoning regulations that people can use. So I'm trying to help meet, kind of find a common middle ground because the difficulty of this piece. So just if you're wondering why staff, going this route, well, that's kind of the reason. Even though you read in the zoning ordinance, it was made in the general plan that was done back in 2004. They talked about this, and this is where Councilman Bundy was part of that city council, and they used this bonus density as a way to preserve open space is what it came about. And so I just felt that it was a tool. Now the council has the option, as I told the Planning Commission at their meeting, you can either accept that proposal or not. I just felt that I think it's a good proposal for a hard piece of ground that if we're not going to give the industrial, then I think we need to do, maybe something there. That's just staff's perspective on that for you in your discussion, and I'll be glad to answer any questions that you have regarding this
Drew,
proposal.
my question is, it's not very often that Planning Commission recommends denial and you recommend approval. So that opens up some questions in my mind. So I'm familiar with bonus density, and I'm very familiar with this piece. I know it's been challenging. How do we, can you share with us just briefly what the Planning Commission's, maybe their thought processes were, what concerned them, so that we can address them and try to get this?
Well, yeah, I
move
think
forward?
the biggest thing is because it's zoned RA, and that does have animal rights that come with it. But if you read in the zoning there, it's not real aggressive in animal rights. And I think they might have got a little caught up in saying, well, because of the lot sizes, I told them, I said, because of these lot sizes, probably no one can put a horse or a cow on. They just wouldn't be able to do it because of the regulations about being X amount of feet from any residential property. Now, they would still be able to do some smaller animals because it's in the zoning. They just have to meet that separation of whatever that may be for the pens, et cetera. You can have chickens anywhere in this city if you have a 10,000 square foot piece of property, just for the chicken thing. I know you all looked at the Chicken Man where that came from. We all know where that one was, but we won't bring up any names, but but just to go back, and I think they just felt that, I think because it might be limited on its residential agricultural, that they thought that might be, here we are given this, but these lots won't do it. Now, let's take in, not everybody may want to use the animal. I have people that live in RA zones throughout the city, and some of them don't have anything but a dog or a cat and a parakeet maybe, because they just don't take advantage of it. So, but that, I think that was one of the strong things with them. And they just thought there might've been a few too many lots, I think was the take I took from, if I can say it that way, I hope that's good English, that I took on their comments and where they went with this.
So Drew, can you explain where the bonus density is allocated? Like, I mean, I know you wrote it in the report, but can you bullet point the big items that are bonus density that you feel, or how they came up with their numbers for the bonus density?
Yeah, I'll try to even, it's in a chart here, and just so people can follow along.
I mean, you're still going to be able to draw stuff on the maps like you did before.
Oh,
right?
that's the only reason I agreed to come back in here, because I don't want to give up. It's just too helpful. Plus, I really enjoy it. But if you look down here on this chart, these are the ones they went. And again, if you've taken the opportunity, not saying you had to, but the bonus density calculations, there's several things to choose from. You can pick, and the city doesn't push anybody in any direction to pick the things. They can read through them, and if they feel like they can meet those to get the credits they want. Now they chose the one interconnectivity of external streets. That's why you see the two pop outs here heading to trying to get my directions right. That would be the east. So they actually have three exits in and out of this, when all said and done, when everything's developed. And that's how we have to look at it. Even though people close by them aren't ready to say develop, whether we do it.
So you're saying because they did 3, because they would have to do 2 no matter what.
Yeah. So they pick up an extra one because of that. Now, again, this is the one and I'm going to be bluntly honest with that. We know this is one of those ones that I think they put in the bonus density as kind of a gimme. I hate to say it that way, but they were trying to help people still get some credits. And this was one of those ones that's easy to pick up some credits. I'm not the first one, the interconnectivity. But I've been aware of that for the 15 years I've been here. And I've maybe not when I first started, but I've learned that's just one. I understand why.
Well,
why
we're kind
they
of
put it in there.
moving away from the bonus density. We've been doing a lot more PCD and PUD, and
Well, I don't know if we've been moving away. It's just people haven't done it, where they did in the beginning, and but
Tomato,
people
tomato.
haven't chose to do it. And believe me, all the ones that did do it, they chose because they weighed it out, and that's just it. The developer and their engineer will sit and look through some of those and say, either it's going to help us out, or it's a wash. So why do it? Just to answer that. That's what it's really come down to. The second item was the mix of lot sizes. So for every different, lot size you get that falls in our regular zoning, you get a 5%. So there's 4 different lot sizes that they tacked in.
So is
here.
there a max on the lots based on the current zoning that you can have?
You can't have more than 50% of any one of the lots on any size. So they didn't do it, but some of the other bonus densities, you could go down to an R16 lot down in the fields if you had other bigger lots. But
I'm saying total quantity. Like I know on our PD residential, yeah, it goes back to the general plan and it's a percentage on top of what is there. So like if it's a general plan 1 acre, then you could only go up to 25% above that 1 acre on the entire development, no matter what type of unit you did.
yeah, I see where you're coming, on that. But
Asking if the bonus density has anything like that.
no.
Okay.
They just say that, and they actually give you like what St. George does. You can go a plus or minus on the lot size to throw it into a category. You get up to 12.5%. If I have an R110, I can actually go down 12% into the thing. But these are on the big developments that have that. I hope you understand where I'm going with some of it kind of helps them out that way. So they have different lot sizes. They picked up 4 on that, times the 5 is a 20%. The entrance is a landscaped open space that they have. That's that green area that you saw is at the beginning up here. So you get credit for the acreage. based on, and it's 1% for X amount of percentage of the whole development that's dedicated. Now, I will tell you that they didn't, you see the green area in the back, that was not thrown into your mix. It was just shown because it's an open space area. They're leaving open space. They didn't take credit, but actually the applicant was even wishing to maybe give that to the city because again, I told you about the problem of the property. This is one of them. There is anybody you can think of that might have an easement in Washington County runs right through this swath. And it's this way for all the properties. You have Rocky Mountain has one there. You've got the Water Conservancy District. There's 2 of them with us, a sewer line and a water line. So all the big hitters have an easement. So there was 122 or 125 feet wide. And we didn't want to put that in backyards because I was once saying, if I own this backyard and I can't build anything in it other than just to let my kids drive their little go-karts around the back of it, I don't think it's a benefit.
If you don't mind, would you clarify? So does the bonus density attribute to this trail on the north?
The trail is, and that's where they got credit. The trail runs in this piece too, that they would dedicate to the city. Now, there's 2 ways we can do that. They can either build the trail or you can put money what that trail would cost and we put it into an escrow account and then build it when the whole trail comes in. We have right now, I think, 4 escrow accounts in the city for future trails because there's nobody on either end of it. So we didn't want to build it. Nobody use it. It falls apart. So we put the money in an escrow account. And that's probably what would happen here. We didn't talk about that in the planning commission because, you know, if you did read the minutes, there was one of the people that came to talk about, well, you'll never get the trail across mine, you know, over my dead body, you know, and we get that we have quite a few property owners that are that way, but Barry does have this planned out as a master trail corridor. Hopefully someday that might come to fruition there, but this applicant's putting in and will pay for that trail and we'll probably do it in an escrow account. So
the one concern I have with the escrow account is they're going to put in what today's dollars are and we build it in 20 years and there's not enough money to cover that.
it may not be, but the point is that if we build it now and it falls apart, we have to rebuild it at that same
Yeah, you
price.
just
Is
gotta-
that,
But if you
That's
build it
kind
now,
of
it gets
the
us-
other side is, do we
That's-
maintain it? And I see where you're coming from too. And I'm like, well, is it worth maintaining it or just maybe worth taking our chances
Or
on the,
maintaining it
on
and
the,
but
and
I-
also changing the
future value.
standard because you may not, you're saying you're going to pick a standard of what that trail is going to look like at this point. So you may have a trail that then changes from one type of trail to another as it goes through, just adding to your comment.
usually,
but especially as
usually
we
a
look,
10-foot
yeah.
meandering.
But as we look at it now, you've been on the trail part of this, trying to get some of the ones going through the water, you know,
Yeah,
canal
it's-
property.
I think this is the trail in this case is to Councilman Coates's point. It's an investment in a future opportunity for a trail. It's,
Right.
and whether or not we build it now or we escrow it, I don't know the right answer.
And I don't either. All I'm stating is that sometimes it's good to start with a connection and then it.
Yeah, because it
all
does
of a
show
sudden
that it's there and that
starts
it's
going.
coming. Yeah, I kind of
Like-
agree with that too.
One example I have is the Treasure Valley Trail in Treasure Valley. I said that right? Yeah.
You did. That's right. That's what it's called. Yep.
So that trail was a small segment that basically went to nowhere.
Well, it served the north end of their development to the south end of their,
Well,
but I know what you mean.
I'm just saying, like, it served literally nothing.
Yeah.
And so I'm sitting here looking at this and I see that they have a connectivity to this trail. And I know that they would be going to maybe potentially dirt. I mean, depending on what the adjacent property owners want to do, one might block it off, but the other might be fine with people walking down it.
Right.
And it just starts the path and the process. So I'm not totally against building it now is all I'm saying.
No, that's fine. We can do either way. I think we would leave that, let leisure services aside and how you guys want to do it. But that's one of the credits that they went for on that. So they picked up the 88%. So when you times the base of one dwelling unit per acre times 88, you come up with the 21 lots. That's how
Drew,
you
can
do
I,
it.
can I jump in and maybe restate that just in a little different way?
Mhm.
Just so we're all kind of understanding. I've had a fair amount of chance to work with bonus density over the years. I mean, right now, for the most part, it's RA1. So it's 1 acre lots, right? So they're coming in, they're saying, we're going to bring in interconnected roads. We're going to bring in a mix of lot sizes, landscape space, public trails, and tree lined streets. And because we do this, we get an 88% credit or that much higher density. I get it. But I also, I was at the planning commission and And I actually really appreciate you and your staff's approach to saying, hey, here's a tool on a very difficult piece that's general planned industrial, that's general planned, residential. It's a difficult piece. I'm not opposed to the residential there, but I'm just wondering if maybe, the neighbors, I look at Countryway, for example, right? Countryway subdivision came in however many years ago, and they're 1 acre lots, and they're able to have a little bit of, property and horses or whatever they do, a little bit. And I'm not saying this has to be 1 acre. I recognize that there's some give and take, especially with that easement and the uniqueness of it. But I'm just wondering if maybe there's a point where we say, you know what? We'll give you 50% bonus density and no lot smaller than 22,000 square feet, because it does transition from that light industrial into some residential and into some farm and stuff. So, I mean, I'm just kind of kicking that out to the council to say, maybe they come in asking for 21 lots, but maybe they can get 15 or 16 if they keep everything half acre and larger. Because it wouldn't be fair to call these half acre lots. There's a handful of half acre lots, but there's also quarter acre and third acre lots. So I'm wondering, as you talk about this as a buffer or a transition, if, maybe we're not saying, okay, we're not going to make you do 1 acre lots, but we sure would like to see that at least be a half acre so that it maintains some of the continuity with the neighbors and that are further down the damn road. I'd like the council's feedback on that. I can tell you're listening closely, Mr. Councilman Bundy.
Well, I'm wondering if
Well,
the decision is between.
I was noting how you said the damn road.
And maybe appropriately named in cases like this. I know.
I'm wondering if the difference is between not necessarily, at a certain point, I think your developer is going to go for industrial. Can you show me that, Drew? Like how much of this is actually, that's general plan, the overlay, right?
And why he's pulling that up, I remember this property coming forward with industrial, and the public feedback on that was really tough. I mean, obviously he owns the property.
It's not that building, is it, Drew?
But I'm just wondering if there are 15 or 16 lots you can get in there on half acre, is that a compromise? I'm not saying that is the answer. And obviously that would be something that I'd want to ask the applicant if the applicant feels like that makes sense.
Drew's finding that, Councilman Staley, I appreciate your comments. For me personally, if with bonus density, if they are the smaller lots, I have a heightened concern. I think that these overall, I like some are almost 22,000, like you said, 24,000, but we have some that are down in the 12s, 13,000 square feet. I personally have looked at this piece a lot. I actually rode my bike there and kind of looked around it, got a sticker burn on my tire, but I don't have any heartburn about this project. I think it's something that moves this piece forward that needs to happen. And I think it's well thought out. I like the proposal, just myself.
Well, he's looking, Drew, I'll give you a little more time, but I have a question as well. And that is, it appears from this plat that it's the intent of the development to improve the frontage of Washington Fields Road, correct? So, there's a project that's on the verge of starting out there that I don't know if it took into account this area or not, but that would be obviously some savings to that project, if you will, if they come in, if they approve this section of road. I don't know where that's worked in, that, if any.
So is that their intent? Or is their intent just, I would ask, I guess.
So let me
That's the question, because it appears that it's going to be put in there. But
Let me make one more comment to try to muddy the waters so that we can really try to make a decision here. But one of the things that we're going to talk about is water conservation, and water is going to be a big issue as we go forward. And there will be the idea of some landscaping standards. So think about that as you start thinking about 1 acre lots. I mean, if we start talking about water conservation and water standards, landscaping standards, that those 1 acre lots are going to be harder for people to want to invest in if they can't do a lot of landscaping or water use. I mean, a 1 acre lot is great if you can do something with it. If it's dirt and weeds, it's something it's not specific to this property, but something as a city we need to really look at.
Well, and then a 1 acre lot isn't what it used to. I mean, the prices of these lots have just gone way up. I fear that a lot of people who are on 1 acre lots couldn't buy another one.
And
Current
just
values.
to be clear, and I agree with the water situation, and what I'm saying is we transition from industrial into residential and farm and ag. I'm just, in my head, I'm thinking that half-acre lots make more sense, and that maybe is the compromise that allows them to build this residential and have a good product, but not go necessarily to the 1 acre lots, but not necessarily go to the 1/4 acre lots that kind of, aren't necessarily consistent with property on the north side of the Washington Dam Road.
Could I ask too, the bonus density that is applied for here, mixed size of lots, can you explain what the thinking was behind giving a bonus density because of the mixed size of lots? I'm not sure I understand why that would qualify. I'm not saying it shouldn't, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just going back, because again, I came in right after it was put in. I started in 06 here, but the bonus density came in because everything was going, you remember the movement was going to the fields in 04, 5, and 6. So everybody was really, we talked earlier tonight about that open. Well, back then, if you go back and look at the maps, it was probably less than 50% of that area was developed. So people were starting to worry about losing the fields, was the talk to the city council for quite a while. That's where the bonus density came in. They came up with these, tried to, help do that open space. So this was just one of the things I think they gathered 4 engineering companies and some other planners local, and everybody sat down and had a committee and came up with some of these things to try to help leave some open space areas. And that was the one, is to give them some smaller lots, but in essence, you also had to,
The larger lots would provide some
and you could
open
only
space.
take a percentage. You could not do any more than 50% of your development in one particular. So somebody couldn't come in and swath 60% of it as R16 and then have these 5 acre lots to off, in the area. That was the reasoning behind that. And so they gave them, 5% only, and that's what they wanted to encourage. Diversity of lots. So you got out of the cookie cutter feel of everything being just the same. And that's where that change came in, that they broke it up and said, we're only going to give you 5%, but so the more lot sizes you put in, the better it's going to help break that up and feel like there's open here where you might have smaller here. And so it, did some clustering of that, and to help make it feel like it's not all just, because when you drive through a cookie cutter subdivision, that's one of the first things you'll feel. It's all sameness. But if you have diversity of lot sizes, you feel that you get a variety, and you sense it as you go through it. You really do, whether consciously or subconsciously, you'll feel that. And that was kind of the rationale behind it at the time. So,
and I'll just add, just kind of circling back to a prior question. One of the other thoughts or comments from the Planning Commission was, and I'm not saying I agree or disagree with this comment, because bonus density has been used primarily on developments over actual fields, right? But also along the bench area too. But one of the comments that was made, or the question was asked is this area appropriate for bonus density? Right? They were asking that question. And I think that wasn't part of any motion or part of any decision, but it was something that they considered. I think it's really close, and as to whether or not it qualifies. Obviously, it would qualify, or our staff wouldn't have recommended it that way. But that was one of their thoughts: is, are we giving up fields here? Because that was the kind of the intent of that bonus density program. As we see the green fields go away, we wanted some of these things to make them, because most of those fields were, and of course, I guess it's, at least half of it's already RA 1/2, so that probably does meet the standard.
Yeah.
I don't know that it really fields though. I mean, it's just beautification and the interconnectivity certainly doesn't add to any of the fields, but the tree line streets makes it look and feel nicer and prettier and retains its value. Yeah.
Yeah, so
No.
council, I put the map up. This is your general plan. I apologize. Because I came in here and this is a different computer, I can't use my regular aerial GIS aerial map. And I don't know how to find it. Maybe, Steve's helping me. I'm seeing he's already taken. If I could get that map with all my dials on the side, Steve, hint, hint.
Oh, there it is.
Council, while that map's loading, and to
That's the one I
Councilman-
want, Steve, that with that cotton ball on it.
Councilman Ivy's question, what else did the Planning Commission consider? Councilman Staley's described quite a lot of that. Just recall that the Planning Commission did also have a public hearing. There was, a good amount of public comment. And so the Planning Commission also had heard from the public before they closed the hearing and made their made that recommendation also.
So hopefully Steve will have that. I wasn't trying to, you are awesome, Steve. You can get that map for me because it is a great tool that we use. So it'll even show you a little better, but I think you got a good glimpse, and then hopefully we'll have that with the
Right,
aerial
while-
on it. You
While
can
he's doing
see.
that, Drew, bonus density math here. So how many extra lots did they actually gain?
They picked up basically nine lots, 9 point something, because, the base was 11.93. It's like 12, they had 12 acres, at the base would have been 12 lots. It's kind of how we look at that, and then they go from there. So
more like 11, if not 10 with minus roads to get those acres.
yeah, but in the bonus density, we've never done, because that helps take care of itself. I mean, because they'll end up losing it. They get awarded that, but there's a point where they'll lay that out and it comes in. I know it sounds weird,
I'm just
but
comparison. I'm not talking bonus density. I'm just comparison. If it was a standard subdivision based on the current zone, it would be more like 10, 11 lots is all I'm
it
saying.
would. And I appreciate that's a great point. It's just that in the bonus density program, we start with, we don't do the street thing. We just say, if I have a 20-acre parcel and I'm zoned RA1, that's how it's part of the calculation for the bonus density.
I understand that. I'm just trying to say, if it wasn't bonus density, we started with really 10 lots. That's
Exactly.
how I'm looking at it. So we've got 10 lots and now we have 21 lots. We're doubling the lots on this parcel for the bonus density.
Thank you, Steve. Can I take it over now? Good. So I'm going to highlight the parcel here. It's in the blue that you see with the button, just so you kind of know where we're at. And then I'm going to now go and add. Oh, I can't. Sorry, gentlemen, I need to get to that button right there. So there's where you can see why this piece is a little, and here, and I'll go to annotate, pencil. In this zone, it won't do it. No, it'll just highlight the zone. So there you go. That's the general plan for this part. These 12 acres right here roughly is split this way.
So that request that you referred to, Drew, was to take the industrial over to the east line. Is that correct?
No, the one that got denied was
Okay.
in that purple box. They were going to do a 1 acre,
Okay.
over here, they were going to do 1 acre subdivision. And then they wanted to do, actually it was a man cave, really like the one at Sun River. I've never been to it. I've sure heard a lot about it. There was a gentleman who was going to buy this piece. It was going to make almost an identical setup of what was at Sun River in that purple area. Then he would have put 1 acre lots here in the green and then have man cave storage in this industrial piece here. And so this industrial got denied.
This is general plan zoning you're looking at currently. So that
This is what it's designated. So we don't let anybody come in with a zone change that doesn't fit in the general plan designation. That's why you have general plans. So they can only, you go in there, and if it's in the purple, you can ask for I1, I2, or business park. And they were asking for the I1 for the storage in this purple area and didn't get it.
So turn on the zoning?
Well, we already know what that is. It's 1 acre, but I'll
But I can see the surrounding zoning, I guess.
Oh,
is what
okay.
I'm after.
I get that, yeah. So you do have, it joins industrial on this side. And then this is just open space because I think the people who owned it didn't come in and get it zoned to one of the RAs at the time. So they just didn't award it anything. They said, well, they can come in at a later date. This was years ago when they did the zoning. Here, let me go ahead, Councilman.
2 acre lots further east, RA2, residential agricultural 2 acre lots.
Yeah, you have RA5 above, RA2.
But but if I'm the property owner, then it is challenging because directly to the west, you do have industrial. So it's, the question is the buffer and the transition. That's really the question. And then because people further to the east, they want to see you have a little bit of space and possibly some animals, but then owners might not appreciate industrial to the west.
So what if we look at the lots and I'm not saying just following off what you said, Councilman Staley, and you make 1/2 acre lots for the east half and 13,000, 1,250 square feet on the west side.
I'm thinking, I know that there were the ones to the east had concerns with, residential being there. Because they have agricultural land. So I guess my thought was just the opposite of that on the east side, you'd have larger lots that have the agricultural, and then going to the west, it goes down, but.
Isn't that
just
what I
my-
said?
No, I thought you said the other way about, and I apologize if
If I
heard that
did,
wrong.
I apologize. I totally meant to have the larger lots on the east and the
East, yeah.
smaller on the
Yeah,
west.
that makes,
And the south, have larger
Yeah.
lots on the south because that resident that's right there is a larger lot.
If we're going to propose that, we probably ought to talk to the developer.
Yep, it's just an
We're just
idea I
talking out
thought of.
loud.
And I think what the conversation might include is whether that conversation includes lot sizes and how those are distributed, or it might be a conversation of number of lots, with your discretion. Generally, I feel like you need those larger lots on the east side. But if there are some smaller lots on the west side that are tucked in there, that might not be a bad compromise. I don't know if it pencils out as you draw it. Brandy's here with the applicant.
you're-
She could probably.
Yeah, I mean, you're not terrible that way right now. You've got fairly large lots on the east side, except for the ones that are right up against Washington Dam Road, which is kind of what you would expect to see the lot sizes diminish a little bit going up against the road.
Maybe we should hear from the developer or the applicant on what their thoughts of our conversation are so far.
Yeah, either of you,
Both of you.
either or both.
Good evening, Council. Brandy Walker with Civil Science, representing Doug, who's also here tonight, so he's able to answer questions. This is all good conversation. We've had it lots. Good points. We've gone back and forth on what fits, what doesn't fit. Does it make sense to put nice acre lots up against industrial? Me personally, I wouldn't bite at that. I don't want to live next to an industrial zone per se with the big, huge things. So do you have animals on a 1 acre lot? I live on a 1/2 acre out in the fields and I smell the feedlots every morning. It's lovely. But they were there first. I recognize that. And my parents moved in because they love the nostalgia of cow. But to point out, as Drew mentioned, the green area, it's weird, small town, the green area along the canal /sewer/water/UAMPS, literally, like Drew pointed out, utility under the sun is there. I don't think gas is, maybe they are. But if you were to actually take those lots and we didn't lose, I think it's about 1.5 acres that, like Drew pointed out, we didn't ask credit for it. We didn't claim it in our open space calc because it doesn't fit the bonus density criteria of being visible to the public because it's tucked behind the lots, not adjacent to a roadway. So we didn't get credit for any of that. If you took those lot lines and extended them back through that area that Doug owns, it is an additional 12,000 square foot per lot, just that lost area that Drew's drawing in. So that being noted, that those lots are well over 1/2 acre lots right there. When meeting with UAMPS and talking it through with Public Works, UAMPS said, absolutely not. We don't want you under our easement. So the power line actually sits back away from us. We couldn't even get under their easement. So we've met with them and had those conversations. And so Doug's giving up a ton of property that we'd love to have in those lots, but because of the criteria there. So
And he's thinking that he's going to just deed that over to the city rather than having him just put animals out on those? Because you
In meeting with UAMPS and our discussions with them, they apologize, but they don't
Yeah,
want
the
us.
problem, if I don't mind, the problem is you have to leave it all open. They
right.
don't want fences or walls or anything going across. So again,
Well,
having animals there,
I
you
don't,
wouldn't.
but they
wasn't the
don't, they
question.
don't get to state what they want on there. That you can put a fence, they just, if they have to get on it, they can tear it right down at your expense.
That is the alternative, but
I thought-
if I'm property owner, I don't know if that.
I thought the question was, maybe this is a question on my part, but that since the lots don't take that area in, what happens to the residual land there? Is it, where the easement is? Because the owner currently owns the easement area, right? So what's ultimately going to happen to that property? Just curious. I thought that was Councilman Ward's question, but
This-
maybe it's just.
right now it's being proposed that the city take it because we have a master plan.
Okay,
trail
so it
there.
is being
Yeah,
proposed
the
for that.
canals
Okay.
through there and
I
all the other
apologize.
easements, so the city would get. city.
So there was some discussion about possibly 1 acre lots over along that east boundary. And did you have any?
Be really awkward, really, to have 1 and 2 be a 1 acre lot because you'd have triple frontage, so to speak, really not very desirable. I know. I mean, I don't understand how, the lots in the center are fairly large. Those are all pretty much, because of meeting bonus density, needing the staggering lot sizes, that's why the ones on the north were rotated 90 are slightly larger than the ones on the south. It's just for the varying lot sizes. But if you were to draw the line more evenly down the center there, those center lots, they would all be a half acre. We're there with that half acre comment. The bonus density program, I remember writing it, like that's how long I've been doing this. And it's challenging. I've done bonus density subdivisions in the past and they don't necessarily pencil out, so to speak, for the developer. By the time the developer gives up additional property for open space, plants trees, has small lots in lieu of the larger lots, you have to go both ways. In the end, it's expensive to build and they haven't been wildly successful, to be honest. That's why you don't see a ton of bonus density. So this is a situation where we meet the bonus density code, we meet all the criteria of the code to say, but we want you to come back in and give up a little bit more. Well, then, maybe Doug can speak for himself, but maybe we don't pay for the trail. Maybe we don't pay for the streamlined streets to balance out the cost of losing lots when we do fall within that code, when we're meeting the criteria.
Yeah, it would be interesting to hear from Doug on that and just to say, would you go to that or would you go to just putting industrial in there?
When we bought this piece, Doug Dennett, by the way, developer. When we bought this piece, we actually came to staff kind of for direction, and this is where we're at. And so
I think we
never
understand
really-
that, but understand it's still they're just saying, hey, this is an idea. And you chose to go down that road and that's great. And that's what's before us. But I don't want to go down the road that's what staff told you to do. They told you this was an option, right?
Well, I'm speaking for myself, but I'm just telling you, that's where we were kind of, and if you guys have a better idea, we're all ears. I mean, if there's something else better, but I think if you guys go out there, this fits really good. It's not going to devaluate anybody's property. I like what you brought up, which I didn't even think about, is with the water conservation. That's a really good point, that if you do go bigger lots, sometimes people park a lot more junk on them. And then if not, they have to water a lot more. That's one thing. But as far as the easement, we felt like Drew was spot on, that if we make those into bigger lots just to conform to the lot size, trying to make it bigger, it creates a problem for the city down the road. And we, as a landowner, don't want that. So we said, hey, if we can make it a win-win situation, we can just deed that land over to you guys, and then there won't be an issue with landowners feeling like they own it. So we're completely open to better ideas, but I think we're getting to where we're kind of splitting hairs, because if you go, like, let's say half acre, we're not very far from that, especially if you take into consideration giving up the land. And it's kind of a buffer zone, in our opinion, from the transition from industrial over to the housing.
I have a thought for you, and we've talked about this, and we've used the term half acre lots, right?
Right.
And I'm just wondering, I think you're close on a lot of these lots. If you're 22,000 or 17,000. For the most, you're right there. I mean, you could generalize and call them half acre lots. I could probably support this, but I want your thoughts on this is what if you take and combine lots 1 and 2 and lots 3 and 4? So they're bigger lots like we see along Washington Dam Road. And it's a bit of a hodgepodge now, but it won't always be. There's a lot of estate lots that still kind of front that. And so I'm just wondering if you'd be open to say, okay, we take 19 lots, we combine lots 1 and 2, we combine lots 3 and 4, and we feel like that's a great compromise. I'd just like your take
Sure.
on that.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we came in and didn't have like, this is what we want to do. We came in and honestly said, what can we do here?
We're just trying to balance
Sure. Yeah.
everything. And we know that you're the kind of developer that does what you say you're going to do. And
Correct. Yeah.
I'm kind of leaning towards, okay, I could probably call this half acre lots if we combined lots 1 and 2 and lots 3 and 4. And I think you kind of buffer and transition from that industrial to the, and you know what? Some of the residents are probably not going to totally like that, but I think that when you come off the dam road into that subdivision, you have those 2 bigger lots. I mean, you're probably still going to calculate out with bonus density on that because you have the credits in so many other areas as we went through.
Yeah, we're open to suggestions because we knew it was a challenging piece.
Well, originally I kind of came in here thinking I want to ask you about 16 lots, but I'm kind of feeling like that if the count, I mean, this is obviously a council decision, but
My only problem with that is that puts those 2 very large lots right up at the front, right by Washington Dam.
But
Road.
it's consistent. It's consistent with a lot of lots up and down Washington Dam Road. All of those are state lots.
And I'm just conversationally, I'm seeing those differently because those are farm properties. You know, I don't know that you're going to get much of livestock, even if that is a full acre there. But it's going to be a full acre lot right up by the road. And it almost kind of feels to me like that's the last place you would want to put those larger lots is right up by the road. I guess that's what I'm thinking. But
I guess the way I see it is that they would be bigger lots, but when you drive by on the dam road, you're going to see basically 100 feet on lot 3 and you're going to see 115 feet on lot 1. You know, as I said, you know, I think it's a good mix. And as far as the industrial that was mentioned previous, if this was if this was a newly developed area and we were putting this against industrial and it wasn't there so people could see it and understand it, I would have a little more angst about it. But I can see the idea of having bigger lots, but I can also see that we could do that, but really you'd have to drive into the subdivision to see that they were actually 2,500 square feet lots, or 1,000, I mean, excuse me.
And just to go back to the planning and zoning meeting, if I recall, there was one person opposed that does not live next to it, but the one that didn't show up was the house that's right there. And I felt for them because if we came in and tried to push the industrial, I just feel like personally that wasn't a good fit to have industrial next to that house. Now, if that house wasn't there, I think we would be pushing for industrial, just to be honest. But I just felt for those people and they never even showed up to the meeting. And there was one gentleman that showed up that to me doesn't even live adjacent to it. So I feel like it's a good buffer and we're open if there's a better idea. We were open to what would work for this piece. And when they mentioned, you know, deed over the land, like I said, we thought that was a really good idea so that it didn't cause you guys grief down the road because
Well, and I love how you.
there is a lot of utilities in that area.
I guess my angst, like, obviously, is as I round for half acre lots, and I'm okay with closer to third acre, but it's just I think I'm just having some heartburn with the quarter acre lots right there.
I personally think with the houses that are going to be built there on the larger size, you're going to see some really nice houses be built out there. And like I said, at the end of the day, it won't really take away. If anything, it will help appraisals go up, not down. And that's kind of how we look at it.
well, let's Mayor, You ready for a motion?
I'm ready for motion.
I mean, just to see where this goes.
Thank you, Doug.
I'll just make a motion to approve the preliminary plat for Frontier subdivision located at approximately 100 South Washington Dam Road.
Mayor,
Is there conditions on the trail being deeded over or any of that? Because it's currently not.
And my
on-
understanding that was
it's-
in it.
It's not in the conditions that's outlined in our packet.
That's true.
Well, the trail is part of the bonus density. Yeah, but it's how we,
But the
I
land
think-
isn't.
land isn't. Yeah, that's right.
It's not a
So-
condition.
Are we
It's-
certain that that's what we want? Is we want that? I know it solves some problems.
I think it's better than, I think it's better than having people own property clear to the back edge.
Mhm.
Because then you have problems of dealing with, even if they're, I mean, you can't do anything with that property besides
That would
an
just cause-
easement corridor.
Probably the easiest way.
it'd be cause of problems for them later on down.
I'll
the
make
road.
that a part of my motion that we include the deeding over of the easement area at the back of the,
122 feet or the area, no, not the 122, what's outlined in the preliminary plat.
You know, another thought, just, and we certainly could, and I don't want to hold up your motion, but if they deed it to us, we build the trail, we've got to maintain it.
That we need to discuss that.
So
what
I
do we-
want to make sure that if we're going to take the property, do we want the responsibility of maintaining not only a trail, but also, I mean, to me, I don't know that I want to bear the burden or the cost of that. I mean, I appreciate that. I think it's the right thing to do, but maybe there's a better way to, not have us pay for the cost to maintain that section.
The trail costs were a part of the bonus density.
right.
So the trail
The-
costs would
the
have to
initial
either be put
cost.
in escrow.
And I'm just thinking about how big is 120 feet? And the trail's 10 foot of that. I mean, that's a lot of land
Easements through there.
Yeah,
like
those
UAMs
UAMs
is-
and-
I don't know,
But
You're,
600
has to be-
maintenance,
now,
you're
overlap
taking
each
about the
other.
maintenance of the area, not trail.
the land. And maybe I think there's nothing you can do there, but
Is it all in natural?
what does it look
Vegetation?
like over time?
Yes, it is.
Yes, local vegetation is what I'd probably say at that point.
Mhm.
Local, not
Local
natural?
vegetation.
Well, I mean,
It's-
so.
It's
what-
basically just scarred land.
It
And
is.
probably
It's
those
got all
lot
the
owners
people,
on
the
the north are
ditches.
going to
There
just
is- there
assume
is a-
that's their property and use it how they kind of feel like they want to use it. I mean, probably not build anything, but they might, extend their backyards and
But they may encroach on that, not knowing, and then builds a permanent structure that has to be tore down. I think it's a little bit of a catch-22. You've got property there that has an easement, so you can't do anything with it. But what exactly would it entail for us as a city to maintain that? I mean, you're going to have adjoining properties on the east and the west to this section. The trail is what it is, and the other, it's definitely desert, unkept.
Our
raw
guys would have to
ground.
go spray for weeds is what it would be. And I've
Well,
talked to
I'm
Mike about
guessing-
other pieces.
But long term, we're gonna have to put something there to beautify
Barry
it.
has stated, if I can get property, I don't have to worry about getting trail easement. He says, I have no problem sending my parks guys when we're spraying weeds to go hit any properties we pick up, so we don't have to at a future date go pick anything up. That's, even though this trail would come, but
You
that's
say
kind of the frame
Barry
of
has
mind.
said that?
Barry has said that, and I think Mike's even said almost the same, that his guys could go help spray weeds too on anything that would be given to us.
It's
that we
not
wouldn't
like
have
there's
to go
cows
get.
or something on there now that are
No.
keeping that grass down. So likely what it is now, I'm guessing that no one's maintaining anything there now. Is that right?
That is
Doug, do you know?
Local
Yeah.
vegetation.
Yeah.
If I could ask,
Natural weeds.
And again, I can tell you
Yeah,
about
so
the
I'm just-
natural sticker burrs.
I'm not really, I mean, if it was,
just another question that maybe doesn't, I don't know if it helps or not necessarily, but what about LAD on this development? Is it going to, because the reason I'm asking that is I know that the subdivision over along 1900 East, the very north end, right along that trail, there's a detention basin there. Does this property need LID detention area? Maybe, I don't know if it's possible there with those
Is it-
utilities there, but
Is it part of the retention basin? So it's
it
between
is.
lot 18 and 19, they have a retention basin and it's full on retention.
Mayor, we have a motion.
I'm
Are we
gonna
also
act
going to
like-
pay, are you going to pave from that little knuckle down to the trail? Or is there going to be a paved access to the trail? Okay. And I'm kind of thinking that if this is approved, that it's maybe better to just build and maintain the trail than escrow for it.
Just realize that they get impact fee credits because it's on the master plan for the main portion of the trail as well. So really, they're paying for it with their impact fees.
All right. Did you want
So this
to
is either,
change a
this
little
is
bit
either
on
the
there?
longest motion I've ever made, or I'm just
I
gonna
I was
act
ready to
like
second
my,
it, Councilman.
I'm gonna act like my motion died without a second, and I'm gonna, if there's, so we're thinking here currently that we would like to see the land be deeded over to us, and we would like to see the trail be built currently.
Mhm.
Is that what we're thinking?
That's what I'm
That's
thinking.
what I like.
So I'm gonna let my motion have it died, and then I'll just start another one here. And I'll make a motion that we approve a preliminary plat for the Frontier subdivision located at 1000 South Washington Dam Road, with the conditions that the applicant deed over to us the acreage in escrow, or excuse me, in easement at the back, and that they plan on building the trail currently with the subdivision.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I will second that motion, Mayor.
I have a motion and a second. We'll do a roll call vote.
Bundy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward, aye.
Staley, nay, and just for the record, that I just feel like we've come too far from our residential agricultural 1 acre down to the mix of lots that we have here, but I appreciate the applicant and it's doing our best.
Okay, that passes 4-1. Item D, consideration to approve a preliminary plat for Seville Estates subdivision. Plat located at approximately Antigua Lane and Galilee Way. Applicant Lance Richards.
Thank you, Mayor. As stated, the applicant's request and approval of Seville Estates. The applicant is proposing 39 lots on an area coverage of 15.46 acres. The zoning at this particular spot is the R115 on the north half of the subdivision and the R110 on the southern half. The surrounding zoning is RA half and RA 5 to the north, open space to the east, R115 and R112 to the west, and then C1 zoning to the south. The proposed subdivision conforms to the approved zoning. The request meets the subdivision requirements and other city ordinances at this location. Staff reviewed the request and recommends approval with conditions of this preliminary plat. The Planning Commission reviewed the request on their June 2nd, 2021 meeting, where information was brought forth by surrounding landowner concerning the transportation master plan. Planning Commission discussed this concern and thought it would be good for staff and the concerned property owner and the applicant to discuss the issue further. The Planning Commission wished to table the item to work out the issues, but the applicant exercised their right and wished to have the item move forward to the City Council, even if it was in the form of a recommendation of denial. The applicant felt that the adjoining property owner and staff could all meet and come to an agreement before this item was put onto the City Council agenda in that 3-week gap of time. To note, the meeting did take place and all parties are in agreement with the future master plan road location, which does not affect this particular development or plat. Staff feels confident that there are no other conflicts that would hold this property back from moving forward. But with that said, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended denial at the request of the applicant for the preliminary plat of Seville Estates onto you, the City Council. But it still carries the findings and subject to the conditions that are in your report. And again, I will note that those concerns have all been worked out. There are no issues with any master plan roads. So I feel confident the Planning Commission would have no issue with this going forward.
So could I ask that gathering that you had to look at this? I know one of the discussions with the Planning Commission as I watched that was the proximity to the closest to the interchange, the future interchange. So that's there's enough room there that this, what is it? Rolling Ridge Lane can extend and go out some distance and intersect 3650 without being too close to the interchange.
Correct.
Does that make sense? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, if you would
My
like,
understanding is that's why he left I had that name in my mind.
Rolling Ridge or
No, it's the-
Galloway, Galilee Way.
Starts with an A in there and my thing keeps.
Antigua.
Antigua, yeah, my page kept turning on me, sorry, as I rotated it. Antigua, my understanding is that's why he left that short a little bit, is so that they could accommodate whatever they decided on 3650.
And this is currently what your master transportation plan has right now, and then the subdivision that is in question.
And there was quite a discussion about the roads here. I don't know that the planning commission really got into the development itself. I think that most of the conversation was kind of on the road portion of this. And I always appreciate their input on these developments, but I don't know that they had to. Well, at least what we got from them, they may have looked at that and they may have thought about that, but as far as the records that came up from us, I don't think we really got much that way.
Yeah, there was a lot of distraction on the connections on the 3650 interchange in that meeting.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing they got worked out, but what are those discussions, I guess? What got worked out, that that's not the road, or?
Well, I don't want to speak because I was not in that meeting. I know the applicant was, and if I could invite Jason Smith up with Rosenberg, he was in that meeting. And so, and of course, unfortunately, Mike's out of town, but I
Who
think
was in that meeting?
Jason, who was all there? You can.
The sorry, Jason Smith, Rosenberg Associates, representing the applicant. The property owner, Mike Shaw, Brandon Wright, were all.
Which
in that
property
meeting.
owner?
The property owner, the applicant,
Your applicant of your
the
property?
applicant and the property owner that spoke about it was there.
So could I clarify, just so I know, this is the same layout as what was presented to the planning commission?
Yes.
Correct. So I met with the property, with the adjacent property owner. The adjacent property owner was there as well at the meeting. That was concerned about the access.
Which is who?
Which is Crest Staley.
Yeah, that's me, Councilman.
you?
If you read
Okay.
the minutes, you'd have seen my
Well,
name there.
I saw that you were one property owner, but there was multiple, so I just want to be clear if I
Yeah.
didn't know if it was the
And I believe it's the engineer
lot
spoken to the
A
other
or-
property owners as well.
Yes.
Robert McCombie, so there wasn't, it was your property right there.
Yeah, so the question that was brought up was access on 3650. There was concern that if Antigua went straight down through, and one of the options of access to 3650, you wouldn't have distance for those two intersections to be there. So what I did is I stopped Antigua at the residential side. So if the access on 3650 was furthest to the west that they were looking at.
So if you had to put, like, so on lot A of the preliminary plat, if you had to shift it.
If it was on
west
the
or
border
east,
of lot A and the Staley Trust plate piece, I could shift Antigua to the opposite side of lot A to the west side, and you'd still have the distance.
Oh, so if you had to shift the roads as they both. come
Yeah,
into
so I left
3650.
Antigua short so that when that decision is made, I can either move it as far to the one side or they can move it back the other way even. Because originally the applicant wanted the commercial to have Antigua come down the middle, and so you had two corners. But knowing that he can't control where the access is 100%. He's understanding that if it's on the one end, he still ends up with two corners with two different roads instead of one road, is how he's looking at it. So that's what the misunderstanding was.
Is how the roads connected
Mhm.
onto.
And I don't think there has been, in that meeting, Public Works has not they don't have anything firmed up of where they are going to access 3650 on there. That's just one of the options, is that property line, or it could go further east to another property line. So that's the reason that I left Antigua short, and don't have that. So if
So-
that, does that explain it? I hope that's.
No,
somewhat
that makes
excellent.
sense. It makes sense how you say it's not totally clear on 3650 how it's going to be put there, but the roads can shift depending slightly, right? Like
Yeah.
angling in to get to
So that we can
depending on
maintain
the-
that 600 feet minimum.
depending on the
distance for
layout of
mhm.
it.
So the lot A is a part of this applicant subdivision.
It's not a
that
part of
right?
the subdivision.
Why
It's,
is it
it's
termed lot A? Is it, it's a totally separate owner?
because it's currently it's the same parent parcel. So it's going to retain that. It's the same owner.
Okay.
It's going to retain that, but it's not part of the residential subdivision that's on for
It's not-
tonight.
It's not
just-
part of this application.
Right. It's not part of this application.
So that kind of leaves it to where you do have that flexibility because they're the same owner.
Yeah.
And they're the owner, so they
Mhm.
can go either way.
Correct.
Okay.
So at what point do we have to, I mean, we keep moving down, heading east with these subdivisions and not having a connection to 3650. When are we going to connect to 3650 and head out?
We actually have a couple of them to the west. Sorry, there are a few of them that Noble comes all the way down from Majestic all the way to 3650 right now. And then there will be in this other subdivision that's labeled the Mitchell Trust. That's actually, there's another road. You'll have to end up going through this particular subdivision of Seville or through Majestic Hills, east or west, but then you'll be able to still come and tie on to 3650. If I remember right, there's two roads right now that'll be tied in that actually tie in right now. It's just we haven't made that connection from Sugar Plum in the Fields over across the debris basin, which
what's
is
our
under
time?
construction
Yeah,
right now.
It's under construction, right? So in the
Yeah.
next 6 months, if we cross our fingers, right, and get it all.
Well, it depends on if the asphalt's coming from, no, just kidding.
I'm just saying, I know how construction's going, so.
It's on the same train with the PVC pipe. That's what I'll say. So.
So the other question I have is, and it stems with this access, if the guy owns lot A and all the subdivision, I mean, typically in the past, we've made them make those connections to those main arterials as needed. Now, I'm not suggesting we do that now. I'm just kind of bringing it up to stir the pot some more because I think we need these connections.
We
Well,
do,
the-
but yeah, go
and-
ahead, Jason.
And I agree with that. And the applicant agrees with that. He's just looking at, currently 3650 doesn't get to that point right now. When the application was
Yeah.
made, it wasn't there. And so he just wants to make sure that we establish the next location. And that's not on his property. I mean, because he knows he's going to bring Antigua down, but he wants to make sure the next location is established so that knows where he needs to put Antigua, if that makes sense.
I understand, but sometimes someone's got to be first.
Well,
Right?
and
Or does the public works needs to go say, these are the accesses and they determine where that is and everyone just makes.
well, and
That's what it probably needs to
And
happen.
I get,
is-
and that's probably a good point, especially in this location, because you're starting to get to a point where you're close enough to the interchange that you've got to establish those locations just for access, because
So
you're
my
gonna end up
recommendation to
with the,
staff is maybe we should look at those access management. And I think we have at some level a little bit, but maybe we need to establish. But it's hard. Just, I mean, it's a big enough road. We probably need to determine where those are. And if
Right.
it's 600-foot spacing, it is what it is. And here's your access. And
Yeah, but just to let you know how close this is to tying into 3650, like in my red scratch right there, that literally is how close it is coming off to the west boundary of those lots 20, what is that, 22 and 39? It's a couple lots over and then you are turning south and that's one of those roads that's right now tied to 3650.
that-
Just to give you
oh, okay.
proximity.
That helps, Drew. It does.
Yeah, because they're really only a couple blocks away from the west edge of his boundary where they can go south for 4 lots, I think. Is it 4 lots? Oh, Doug left.
yeah,
That's his subdivision. I think there's 4 lots and, 2 and 2 right there. So they are that close to 3650 right now.
And that 3650 isn't built though, but it's under construction. so-
Correct. So again, but I just drove on that road yesterday or the day before. It's paved. They're building houses actually right where my pencil is. There's a house under
But even
construction.
then, that public works needs to look, if there's already one access there, I mean, that's pushing it pretty close. So
So-
whatever happens, maybe there doesn't need to be an access there. I don't know. Or
So when you all met, I'm assuming from what I heard that, Public Works was there and they're okay with Antigua going on down. It's far enough from the interchange.
Yes,
right?
yes. So
What about if
So-
if you were to move over to the other side, would it still be far enough
So I can go to essentially, if I go to my property line on the west,
Mhm.
I'm 600 feet from the existing, I'm approximately almost that would be 600, 600, 600. Depending on where that access is at, if it's on one side of the Staley parcel or on the other side of the Staley parcel is which direction I would go with the turn, with Antigua, if I'd move it to the right or to the left on the screen. So
Yeah.
it's really in a corridor of about 300, well, not even that, 200 feet maybe, that the Antigua is going to access there. And I'm kind of just waiting for Public Works to let me know. And they said they were going to look at it and give them and kind of establish those, because they're just trying to get access to all the property owners. I understand that they want to make it in the best
we're also
location.
looking
and-
at that interchange, and that's what you're saying, right?
yeah,
They ought
I'm
to
just
look at
saying
those
they're
access
they're working for the interchange, and then we look at the access management along 3650 and just establish it, and so that everyone's clear of this is where the accesses are.
Yeah, I
And
would
and
agree
it
with
needs to
that.
be a combined effort with the property owners that are on there too. They have to have a say. It's their
Right.
property as well. So I'm just saying it might be useful to get that established as we're starting to go down that road. So we might as
No,
well.
and
get 'em
and I
set up.
agree, and I thought this was it was a great conversation in planning commission. It's a great conversation here. But with
It couldn't have been
much
too great. It
respect-
caused you to have a denial from the
Well,
planning
with
commission.
as
Do you
much
want us to go
respect-
down that road?
I think it was a miscommunication on what I was going to say with as much respect as possible is it really has nothing to do with this application.
So I'm sorry,
Other
say
than,
that- say that
other
part
than
again?
we need to
Well,
flag
except-
it and say, hey, we need to look at this.
I guess in a general sense, you may not directly with this, but in my view, the whole reason that the planning commission, city council, anybody looks at this is to determine, we don't have every road on the master plan understood, but we do look at adjoining properties and how roads will interconnect with those, or, and leaving a stub street there. So even though we don't have them on the master plan, this development could affect that, the very thing we're talking about, in my view. Just in a general sense,
Right.
the city has to look at interconnectivity of the roads.
And I
And
understand.
you
that.
probably understand that. So.
I would be interested if Mike Shaw's on the
Yeah, he's
out
out
of
of
town.
town. He's away. Yeah.
vacation.
I don't know if it's on vacation, but he's
I was
not
just
here
going to
tonight.
ask
Yeah.
him to weigh in.
Hey, council, I could probably, this is Steve Hall. I could probably weigh in a little bit on this if you want a little more insight on it.
Please.
So what the applicant was talking about is correct. We have looked at the access management along there. Actually, we have a draft exhibit that's just a potential option that I could share my screen and show you, kind of just to show what we've been looking at and a potential option that works with access management. Let me see if I can share it here. Let's see here. Can you see that?
Yes.
So this has two, so this up above is, so 3650 comes to, man, I can't really read what that says, but the Majestic Hills Phase 3, it comes to the edge of, right there where it says 3650 South Extension, 90-foot right of way. It comes to there right now, and then over here up to the right is the, where it says future access. That is the street that the access that is in question. And that does provide the necessary, I believe it was 600 feet between. And then if you come down here, this is that same access. There's another access right here, which is the edge, the east edge of that property that's in question. The 2317 right there is the Staley piece. The 2316 and 2315 are what was considered Lot A. So it shows an access there, and then another access right next to the interchange, which would be a right in, right out only. And I believe Quality owns 2214, if that makes sense. So we have looked at kind of the distances between these accesses, and this is one potential option that hasn't been finalized as far as this is the option and which one is going to be Majestic coming down. But we have been looking at it. We do have an option that works as far as access management goes. Does that make sense?
That does, Steve. So you don't have any concern with the way that this is platted at this point,
No.
Public Works standpoint?
Right. Yes. In fact, they originally did show it coming straight down. And we said, well, it might need to be kicked over to the west a little bit, right to the edge of that parcel, just to make that access work. And we are kind of showing it not quite on the edge, but there is a little bit of leeway, but it basically would have to be on that west edge of that 2315 to make it work. And then they would need another one on the east edge of 2316, which is both of those combined is what they're showing as Lot A. This is one option that, and I guess we would just need to to discuss this further and see if this is what we want to finalize going forward. Something similar to this.
And Steve, could I ask, so you show the accesses on the bottom half of the screen there.
Yes.
And there's the arc of the 3650. So is the actual interchange beyond that last small intersection there?
Yeah, those are the ramps coming off of the.
Those are the ramp. Okay, I can see that now. Okay. So that first intersection to the west there seems awful close.
It is close, and that's why it's just a right in, right out. The difficulty of this is there's so many. This is part of that section. I think it's section 36.
36,
where
yeah.
There's a lot of just individual parcels that trying to get access to everybody. That 2214 trying to get access to them. That's our only option. Is to throw an access right there.
So Councilman Staley, what was your original concern that caused the denial of this property here?
I think the exact questions that Councilman Coates and Councilman Bundy are asking is how do we manage access along 3650 South from the Parkway that.
Well, I mean, I guess about this applicant, because was it one of the road alignments for the current applicant had that was concerning to you about that would affect your property?
The concern that I had is if Antigua came straight down, then that doesn't give the 600 feet from access management to be able to have that intersection that gives access to the four corners north and south of 3650. So that was my question. And I mean, the simple answer was that Antigua was going to jog a little bit over to give you the 600 feet, but it dominoes to the property owners to the east because they also need the 600 feet. So, and anyway, that was my main concern, was just having access to all the pieces along 3650 South.
And it sounded like you had some evidence or some email from staff that was.
So this is what I did not seek this, but staff had provided this to me. So staff has been buying easements for the road. And so staff had provided this as a basis. So, this was, and I understand that the master transportation plan.
Is this the piece that, is this the email that you were trying to get injected into the planning commission?
Yes, this is the.
Or was it a different?
No, it's this exact exhibit. And this was provided by Rick, who's our prior engineer. And this was something that they gave to all the property owners there. So anyway, so that was my concern, seeing that if Antigua came straight, that it wouldn't give you the distance, but the simple answer was that Antigua is going to curve to the east.
So, go ahead. I was
To
just
the
out
east
of the
or
west.
west?
Yeah, to the
Okay.
west. Thank
That's
you.
what we were talking, so I want to make sure you're clear that we'd have to curve it to the west, or else then it compounds and goes on to your property and pushes the road by putting all the road on your property.
Potentially, and then also
Potentially.
restricting access to to the property owners further to the east. So it would domino. You just didn't, because there's only so much room from the off ramp. And then access management requires so much distance between the intersections that unless we have that jog, it really puts everybody in a tough position.
So is this an updated map that we just produced, Steve, to adjust that? Because I thought there was the issue of the old one wasn't matching.
No, this is basically the same map that we had before.
But you updated it to shift the access, right?
No, the access hasn't been changed at all.
It hasn't been changed. Okay,
So
so it's the
what-
same map, same thing we're looking at. Okay.
Yeah, what changed was on a previous draft of the preliminary plat showed it just coming straight down and not kind of shifted to the east a little bit.
So my understanding then that this preliminary plat, so it sounds like we're wanting Public Works to confirm something here. Are we needing to delay till we get that, or?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just asking because I agree that we're not talking about the access management on this
No,
road.
yeah.
But it was
On
brought
this
up in
develop-
planning commission about how the accesses lay out in the future planning. So I thought it was a good discussion to talk about it. But I guess I'm directing staff to do what they've already done. So it sounds like they already did it. And so I knew that there was a preliminary, but it sounds like I just want to make sure we solidify that these are the accesses. And I'm not saying we have to do, it's not a part of the application tonight.
Right,
Just
but
once.
the application tonight,
But they've got a solution either way. If it shifts
either way.
50
Okay,
feet
I
one
just
way or
wanna make it
another, they
clear
can
that
curve the
that is
road.
case that there is some wiggle room there if.
Because we're not approving lot A, I feel comfortable about moving forward without it. If we were having the road go straight through lot A and it's not determined, then I wouldn't.
Hey, Steve, this is Councilman Ivy. Would you please forward this map to us? Email it. I'd like
Yeah, no
to have
problem.
that just for future reference.
Yeah, we can do that.
Thank you.
Okay. Has it been discussed enough?
Yep.
Well, so kind of we've done the same thing that the planning commission did, which we spent a lot of time with this alignment to Councilman Staley's property and making sure that that works, but we really haven't talked about the houses, the plat itself at all. I just want to make sure
Let's dive into that. I look at it as we're transitioning from a 15,000 square foot lot down to a 10,000 square foot lot from the north to the south and from the west to the east. Transitioning, and we're kind of feather in effect and going smaller lots as we head to the east, which is in conjunction with our general plan. So I didn't have any concerns, I guess, is what I'm saying.
As long as we're covering those bases.
So Mayor, if you're ready for a motion.
I'm ready.
Here, I'll make a motion to approve a preliminary plat for Seville Estate subdivision plat located at approximately Antigua Lane and Galilee Way.
Bundy second, but I just do have one more question. So the temporary detention basin is going to be abandoned, it indicates, correct, Jason? And then, so then the other two areas, A and B, will be the detention LID related, and that'll take care of
Yes,
whatever detention there is in the existing.
yes,
Those two.
correct.
Okay.
Thank you. So I do have a motion and a second roll call vote.
Staley abstain.
Ward I, and I apologize to the applicant for the confusion that caused the denial and any heartache there.
Ivy, aye.
Coates eye.
Bundy, aye. And just on behalf of the planning commission, I guess, they didn't quite have all the information, it sounds to me like, so.
Well, they just wanted to give time for it to be worked out and looked at. And
it-
again,
can-
as applicants or, have their prerogative, I'd rather go see the city
So
council with
if
the
I could, just
denial.
one more thing in that regard. So whenever there's a denial on their part and we approve on their part, or maybe the other way about, we give them notification of some sort so that they know.
Oh, yeah, because I opened the meeting and say, you can't believe what the, no, I-
Well, no, I just know
We
from
know you
past
say that, Drew,
experience
so
that,
that's why we're-
that there's a little angst
Just
there
is
if they
they-
don't hear
I
why.
think this one was a little bit of a kick.
I
the
think
can.
they know, I mean, they just wanted this to be worked out before it came to you but I think the applicant, felt that, hey, we can get that, and Public Works felt the same way. I did too. I thought we just need to sit down and say, where's this going to be? And, I mean, it was pretty simple in a way, because they met the next morning and
Well, it was
you
simple,
know.
but it got I'm telling you, the planning commission seemed like they were frustrated. in the
It was
whole
a tense and
situation.
difficult situation, and I applaud their leadership, and everybody kept calm and did a good job with it. I really do applaud their leadership.
Yeah,
and what
because
they
then
did.
they were going to table it like most people, you know, that was the natural form to go. But I also agreed with the applicant's decision. After 27 years, every once in a while, I think, you've done a lot of years, and those who have said, sometimes that's what you do, especially if you're in the development. I'm sure that Alliance has done it once or twice or needed to. I don't know.
I totally understand. I'm just
Yeah.
glad it got resolved. I think what Councilman Bundy is saying is let's go back to the planning commission and make them understand why we approved this, because it got worked out.
Yeah.
Before
Not
it came
just
to
on
us.
this one. I'm just kind of saying this one, yes, but any of them.
Any of them,
I was just asking.
No, I
really more than
generally
anything.
will sometimes, if that happens, I'll just take
Okay.
a minute the
That-
next
that's
meeting,
always-
say, just to bring you up to, in case, you're going, hey, I thought we denied that and they're building it, now. I usually tell them to
I
say,
can tell
here's
you
what
from
happened and why.
Personal experience years ago. There used to be a big tree right out here by the park. It disappeared when the planning commission said, do not take that, we'll approve this, but don't take that tree out. Well, it was for this building, I believe, and the tree disappeared, and there were some planning commission members that were not
Not
happy.
happy, yeah.
So
No, just to let you know, that is always what we try to do, is let them know, hey, this is what happened to this item. So I appreciate that comment.
One thing the council could do as far as a practice is you could indicate to the applicant, we're going to send this back to the planning commission with the details that we've worked out tonight, get their review and approval and bring it back to us. So you could send it back that way to
We
enfranchise
could. That
them in
really
that
kind of
process.
punishes the applicant because of the time delay.
They've been punished by time delays all anyway, right?
Well,
But
I
but
think
yeah, if
in
you want to
gen-
really enfranchise them in the process,
Yeah.
you send it back with, these are the changes the council's asked for. Now you go ask the planning commission to review it, because it's now a different project than they reviewed at the first.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. So we had 4 approval and 1 abstention. Okay, move on to our public hearings. Item A, public hearing for consideration to approve a zone change request, Z-21-13 for the Red Mesa at Sunrise Valley Phase 3 PUD-R. Design located at approximately 400 South, 2700 East. Applicant Midden LLC.
Thank you, Mayor. As requested or stated, the applicant's request and approval of this design and use of a currently zone PUD residential property. They are coming to you with a 7.77 acre proposal. The property is located in the existing kind of what we refer to as the old Sunrise Valley PCD area. The property was granted PUDR zoning at an earlier date with the applicant knowing they would have to come back before the city for the design approval. That's what they're doing here tonight. The PUDR requires site approval, and again, the applicant is proposing 28 detached building units. This would end up with a 3.6 dwelling unit per acre density ratio. The surrounding zoning to the project is PUDR to the south, east, and with open space zoning to the north and the west. Staff has no concerns with the proposed design of the project. The overall development has the city park, as you're familiar with this particular overall development being built in the master planned area. That'll be, of course, would be required to be done real soon with all the other phases being accomplished. And I think it's really close to being completed. So with that, the Planning Commission reviewed the request at their June 2nd meeting. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of Z-21-13 for the site-specific design and use of the already zoned planned unit development residential. And this is on to you, the City Council, and it's based on the findings and subject to the conditions in your report. I'll just kind of go through the screen. The area we're talking about is the blue area. I will make note of this little box here. This is important. You're thinking, why did they just do the small area? Well, I'll get to, it's not a box. I'm sorry. I thought it'd be boxed, but it's the only thing that isn't boxed. Where it talks about the language over here, the red waters of 108 pads, River Bend with 112. Anyway, a while back when this was approved, Councilman, I think you might have been on this regional PUD, and there was a limit set on the overall development because Sunrise Valley had X amount of units. So they came and took the PCD out, went to PUD, but the council felt strongly about just leaving those number of units. And so they knew coming in that they could put 532 units wherever worked out best for them. So after the other main stages, those other colored areas you saw were done, guess what the remainder was? It was the 28 that's before you tonight. So they're getting their 532 right to the
They conveniently
end.
did the math for us.
They did the math well and put that on. So I'm just making note of that.
Great.
Why we're there. And I kind of will scroll down through these exhibits to just kind of show you how they're proposing. These will be limited common area with the hashed area. The all white area is common area. And again, so the hash will be limited to each property owner. Also, I can scroll down. You don't need the topos, but this is putting in their landscape kind of plan for these last 28 lots. And again, their amenity package goes back to that 5-acre park that's being built over, right off of why am I drawing a blank on the name of the road?
Countryway.
Countryway. Thank you,
And Drew,
Councilman.
let me jump in. I
Please do.
I really like the way this development is coming about. I mean, I know we have in some areas a little bit higher density of this whole master plan with the different pods, but I actually really appreciate the fact that this looks like it's desert landscaped and those others are desert landscaped. And then, the grass and the recreation area is a community park. And so in some ways with this, and then the property to the east of Countryway is really a model for some good ways to use the property and to conserve water and to, make housing a little more attainable.
So with that, I'll be glad to answer any question that you, the council, have on this site design. I think it's pretty simple. It's going to pretty much match the first pod and this last pod that's directly, to the south of it. I might turn around the east or the south. I get turned around out there. I think it's east.
Any questions from council? To Drew or the applicant? All right, this is a public hearing. If any of you out there are have an interest in this project, you're welcome to come up and state your interest or disinterest or. Tara, are you on?
I am, Mayor.
Were there any comments on this?
There were no public comments on this item.
Okay, if there were no comments or none from the audience, I'll entertain a motion to close this public hearing.
So moved, Mayor.
Second by Coates.
Motion and a second. We'll do a roll call vote.
Lindy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. Item B, public hearing.
Can I interject a question in here, Mayor, about the public comments? So we had a couple of public comments, I guess, printed and dropped on in front of us. Have we changed our policy on the way that public comments are being read in?
No,
If they're, okay.
we haven't. So the way public comments work, and we kind of modified this when we went through COVID, but we decided we wanted to keep it, is that there's an online forum where people can make online public comments. That forum closes 24 hours before the meeting starts. After that 24-hour period, then the only way you can really make a public comment that will be added to the record is here in the meeting. We did receive a couple of email comments and Tara passed those along, but they would not be included as part of the record. So really, we'd like people to
So
either.
they wouldn't necessarily, it actually closes online, so those would not actually be part of the record. That's why we got those, because they came in a different avenue rather than being the online.
That's correct. And we've had some discussion on how we want to handle those. I think it's been really beneficial to allow people to make comments ahead of the meeting, especially if they can't make it or don't want to sit through our meetings. But at some point, those comments got a little extra because they were emailed or printed, and we kind of want to avoid that. But we want people to be able to make comment. It's just we have to have some process to be able to sift through those in a reasonable way.
Well, that's helpful. Thank you.
So a good example would be if the council became aware of an issue through the public comments that were submitted online and provided in print, the council could reference those in say a motion or a condition or a reason for denial. And so the important thing to staff is that you are provided and are given notice of those comments, but we don't feel that they need to be read into the record of the meeting.
And I believe these two applies to this next public hearing. So item B, public hearing for consideration to approve an amended zone change request Z-21-14 for the Desert Ridge PUD planned unit development design located approximately Bella Vista Drive, applicant Stephen Howcroft.
Thank you, Mayor. As stated, the applicant's wishing to amend a currently approved zoning, and this is again around the Bella Vista Drive, but we are changing the name from Bonnie Lane. Can't remember what it's called right now. I can zoom in, but it's the old Bonnie
Is it
Lane.
what?
Desert Cactus Drive, that's it. The applicant is wishing to change the elevations on what was approved previously a couple of years ago. They are also wishing to realign some of the triplexes that were approved, and again, their elevation and again, the layout where they fall within the property. They are also wishing to add some triplexes and also add some of the single family lots. Again, the addition, this goes back, I remember I promised you when you approved a preliminary plat, I think 2 weeks ago, that you were going to see a zone change request coming up. This is in follow up to that. Again, I talked about that time about the long driveways off of the road because it was forgotten about. There's a power easement that runs right there on the south end of that road. And so that came in when construction drawings started coming through. It was like, oops. So we had to configure those and push them back off the road, which changed because there used to be a cul-de-sac over on the left end of those triplexes. Now they're coming right off of the road directly. And so with that, they're also changing the amenity area from the approved one. And hopefully we might have just a drawing, maybe not, we don't. So I'll zoom down in on this amenity area. Now, council, I hope you took advantage. We sent you the currently approved layout of everything. So you could see that difference of what's happening proposed to you and what is already in place. So I'll move on. The elevation change on the triplexes would go from that current craftsman style. Let me see if we can pull up, and I'm a little bit too tight, so we will back up. And this is what they would like to do on the triplexes now. It's the modern elevation. You see that in the single family homes they have directly on the west of this project that you approved those changes a while back. Also, the proposed amenity again is being changed. And so again, here's the elevations. I'll zoom down in on the amenity area. Again, they've eliminated the pool and hot tub, going with more amenity that will be more family, I guess, oriented for the kids to play without water. And so they're adding a playground equipment. They're adding a gazebo with barbecue pits. They have a pickleball court, and then they have a sports court, which can be used either in a basketball format or lots of different things. Those sports courts are pretty versatile. You can change them around a bit with the different packages that come with them. So this is the amenity that they're proposing on that change. Also, the new proposed phases 2 and 3 of the single family, which you see here. And again, I'm a little close, so I'll try to back out. And hopefully you've looked at the change in comparison. There was one road that went up through the middle. Now they're proposing 2 roads that go through, and they've added a few of the lots. So we'll get into that. So the original approval showed 49 detached pads with common area between and around the portion of the overall master development. The new proposal is showing 72 detached lots. This is an increase from the previous 2.4 dwelling units to a new proposed 3.62. And again, that's on this phase, what they're referring to as phases 2 and 3. And that's where that increase came in. Staff has no issues with this particular proposal. We feel that it's still within the hillside line. As I've looked, earlier. There's a few of the lots that would fall under the hillside, but that's the ones that are kind of over here on this west end that head up that Florence Drive. That hillside line comes in somewhere about where this intersection is.
It's lower than that, Drew.
Well, it's kind of hard to tell because they don't have it on here. That's one of the things that, that probably I wish they would have had on there, so you should know exactly where that hillside, but I'm just going off of references before and to the point where the property lines are. It's close. There's going to be 4 or 5 lots that fit up in there.
I disagree. I think there's way more than that. Just telling you, looking at the lots and looking at the hillside and the property lines, it looks like that.
I'm going off of the previous approval where they dedicated the line.
I'm saying that that upper lot of the townhomes on the west is in hillside.
Oh, no, I'm not talking townhomes right now. I'm talking
But
single
then
family
As
detached.
I move over, it looks like most of those lots are going to be clipping that hillside all the way along that whole edge.
That line is right up here. There's no doubt. And that's why,
It's not.
it'd be nice to,
I'm looking at it, Drew, right here. It goes clear down that whole road up that hill is in it. That whole set of lots is in the hillside.
okay, well, I'm going off of what the engineer proposed on the previous approval, not particular that. I see where our discrepancy is. We're talking the same thing, but on 2 different maps, I guess, and one of them obviously is probably off. We'll just have to figure out where it is, but it'd be nice to know if they would superimpose that on this. And you do have a 2-week holdover. Maybe they can get that in there so we can have that at your meeting. It'd actually be a 3-week holdover because we have an extra Wednesday in there. Gives them plenty of time to superimpose that hillside line on here. So I'm just talking phases 2 and 3 of the single family right now. So again, staff doesn't have any problems unless they've misrepresented where that is, then I'd probably have some. Now, lastly, the proposed extension is the one you're kind of talking about mostly and this is the one staff, the extension of the triplexes, this phase 4, and that's this particular area. Sorry, my red pencil's still on, but roughly over here, adding this, what I call the 3rd row of triplexes is definitely in the hillside. This is the one that staff's not real comfortable with because it is up in the hillside and it's encroaching up into the Bella Vista development. And probably where most of the heartache was on the original approvals was that in between that development there. So they were proposing 17 extra townhomes overall on that, and that would increase from the 63 to 81 triplex townhomes, and the overall count again would add actually 23 total from the original.
Hey, Drew, can I
on
just stop
that.
you right there? Just to make
Yep.
sure I understand. I understand that we're doing elevation change. I understand the amenity change, single detached changes. The unit increases they have nothing to do with other areas that weren't able to be built in because of any other problems. It's just an increase in density or in numbers. Is that correct?
Basically, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they're coming back with an amendment and wishing to add a few more units, and I'll let the developer, they can come and address that to you of why they felt they needed more. I don't want to assume that. So that's a good point. So hopefully they're ready saying we need to get up and explain why we're adding that. So staff has reviewed the requested amendment. And again, the amendment is basically the layout on the triplexes, adding some extra single detached in this area of phase 2 and 3 on your plan you see on the screen, adding this row that's been highlighted in red as what I call the 3rd row of triplexes, and then changing the amenity along, as you stated, with the elevations. That's what's before us tonight on this amendment to this PUD. Staff reviewed the request with it and is in agreement of the changes to the triplex elevations and the amenity area, and the modification to the single family lots in phases 2 and 3 if it'll stay out of the hillside. But staff is not in favor of the additional 3rd row of triplexes shown between Bella Vista Drive and Florence Drive. Planning Commission reviewed the request at their June 2nd, 2021 meeting. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of Z-21-14 for the zone change amendment request of the currently zoned planned unit development residential for the changes to the building elevation finishes of the triplex units, for the changes to the amenity area within the triplex area the modifications to the detached single-family lots on the southeast end of the development. And that was pushed on to you, the city council, based on the findings and subject to the conditions, but make note that the planning commission was not in favor and did not include in their requested approval to you, the proposed third row of triplex townhomes that we've referenced here, but they are part of the application. The applicant has applied for that, but the planning commission basically, in essence, denied that. They didn't come out and say it. They just said, here's the things we're going to move on, recommend approval for, and that's those items minus the triplex additions. So
Did they approve the single family, just not the triplex, or?
just, yeah, they just did not include the triplex, the third row there.
Or the amenity next to it.
Yeah, that whole area. Yeah, sorry, because they did pop in. There's no design of it. Appreciate that, Councilman. There is a little area here, called amenity, but this whole area, they just did not pass forward. The amenity area and those triplexes right there. So with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions
Yes,
before your
Mayor-
public hearing.
Mayor, if I could, it's just kind of a procedural question so that area, those areas that are within the hillside overlay, that will have to go to the Hillside Review Board for a recommendation, correct? Does that not need to happen? Or does it make sense for that to happen before we zone change something that may not get a recommendation or?
Well, this is one of those things that I've always, it's the chicken or the egg, because either we make them go do that and then you deny their change. So they've invested all that. I'd rather, so this particular one, I felt better that if the council's going to approve that, they'll still have to then go get their hillside clearance with all the stuff the hillside
And
committee
that's
wants to
exactly
do.
why I'm bringing it up, because it could be problematic for the city. It could be problematic for the developer.
Yeah, but at least if
applicant.
it's just in the zoning, I haven't lost as much, and we just know that the hillside said, no, we're not going to approve this. So their preliminary plat could not get approved because
I
the
looked through
hillside condition.
But the hillside's a recommending board, so they give recommendations. It's not an approval. So I look at it as I'd rather see the hillside's recommendations on this type of a development, because it's in it. And if we can look at their recommendations, maybe there's some.
I agree, especially, Councilman Ivy's kind of brought this up a number of times where we'd like to see the, kind of the discussion from the hillside ordinance, because it is a recommendation. I've really appreciated those.
Well, what you would at the preliminary plat, you would have all that, they would not get a preliminary plat without that happening.
If
Does
this
that make
was standard
sense?
zoning, I'd agree with you, but because it's PD, we're saying this is what we're doing. That's the difference in my mind.
Because this won't come back to us for preliminary plat.
It will, but they have right to do every single one of these lots.
See, and this is why I want the engineer of record to put on there where that hillside falls in accordance to this, that you would see in a couple
Is
of
that not on
weeks.
our requirements?
Huh?
Is that not on our requirements right now?
Well, that's one of the reasons I recommend denial, but you and I have a discrepancy on what we're looking at, whether those homes fall in it or not.
Yeah.
Just by your opinion and my opinion. I'm not saying we're arguing. I'm just saying the way I look at it.
No matter what, there's something in the hillside. We both agree there's something in
Oh,
the
yeah.
hillside. And so that boundary line should be on there.
Should be on
I'm
there.
asking you, is there a checkbox that you say it's in the hillside line's on my map? I know which area is inside and which side's out. Because if it's in the hillside, you at least have to see slope analysis, and that it might not have to go to the review board, but at least staff has to look at the slope analysis and determine if it's, because it might be off plus 40%. None of it can be developable based on hillside.
Right.
So that's why I'm asking, is there a checkbox that you need? Do we have that, or do we need to make that?
We probably need to make that on this particular one. Again, I know that as we go to the east, it does flatten out more as opposed to going to the west. You have a lot more steep slopes. I think we probably even talked to that in the original approval a couple of years ago, that area that is going this direction on this east end is a lot more flat. So
In a previous life, I used to be the middle person between the Hillside Board and the city. And I know that in that case, the Hillside Ordinance, which is really what ours is patterned after here in Washington, patterned after St. George, it indicated that there wouldn't, a zone change would not be allowed without it having to going to the hillside review first. But ours, as I look at it earlier today, I don't see that we have that, but maybe it's something we should, just so that everyone knows that that's what they expect, but
Yeah.
just food for thought.
Now, our plating, when you go into our preliminary plat, there is a checkbox in there for hillside. That is on every preliminary plat.
And it's probably because we're used to traditional zoning, right? But when we have these special zonings, it's kind of hard to not do that early work
Yeah.
to figure it out because of, I mean, like I said, if we say this is what we were okay with, and then come to find there's all this area that's got problems, they still have right to go build it out. And in my mind, they have invested right at that point to build those lots.
Well,
Not necessarily. Only at plating would you have vested rights. Because right now I have zones that are zone straight zoning that are sitting in hillside. Doesn't mean they have.
That's straight zoning, I'm saying, because
that
it's PD.
It wouldn't matter. Zoning is zoning.
Maybe Council Segmuller can. I don't, am I just,
Are you asking when the zoning becomes vested?
well, I'm asking because it's a PD, we're saying these lots are what we're expecting. And at that point, if we're saying that, they don't have to abide by the hillside rules if we give them this, is my point.
I think if you want to make sure that that is correct, you would either inject into a motion that it would be subject to approval of the hillside.
but if you don't have hillside in front of it, then it's hard to know to do that. That's kind of the longer.
Well, that's
form.
why you'd
I
inject.
get
into
what
the
you're
record.
saying there is that you put it a condition on the hillside approval.
I think you're correct. If the council has that concern and fails to either table it so it can go to Hillside or inject a condition of approval by Hillside, I think you run the risk of not creating a record to establish that council wants it to be approved by Hillside.
And to note too, that PUDs are one of the few zones you can add conditions on. Straight zoning, technically, you're not supposed to be putting conditions on, but PUDs you can.
And the amendment of the PUD is the exact time to do that.
And I don't mean to complicate the matter, but if Hillside went in and they even approved it, I know that you're getting on that hillside, you're pretty heavy into the blue clay, the Chinle Formation and all those other issues that come about. So I think in this case, it would be even more important, but I guess it's all, we have to approve it before that would even be an interest.
Well, you'd almost like to see it required one way or the other. Either it comes to hillside first, or you have it on the plat that shows where your hillside is, so that the engineer of record is actually designating exactly where.
So
that
in this
is.
one, because the plats would follow if the council approves this or something close to it, because the plat that would follow would reflect your approval and your conditions of it, right? That would need to go to Hillside. And so maybe you could just have the condition be approval on the condition that the plat reflects and the plat is in fact presented to and reviewed by Hillside Committee.
Problematically, we're kind of not looking at the same maps.
Any additional questions? Do you have any questions for the applicant? Okay, this is a public hearing. We want to continue with that. Unless you want to do something different, but I would like to move forward. And if there's those of you in the audience that have an interest in this project, you're welcome to come up.
Mayor, while we're waiting for folks to come up, do you mind if I ask Drew to show me what the original looked like? I get the third row, but on the detached portion and the amenities, can you show me that? I'm not sure if I'm looking at that other design right.
Well, this one
That the
just
best
shows
one to look
basically
at?
the purple area, but it still shows what was approved with the triplexes, and we'll zoom down in here because it shows. And on this one, you can see it was again a different engineer. This dotted line is a representation of that, as they said, the hillside.
So that's where your third
that
row
runs
is
through.
now. Okay.
And so now they've come up here probably a little higher because they've added, as we stated,
I can
this
see-
flattened off, the
Yeah.
amenity area. So, they actually run 2 roads through here now. And
Oh,
then
right.
this is supposedly where the
other
engineer on
road is.
record at that time showed the hillside.
But the addition on the other
Yeah,
portion.
you can see right in here is where that
what was
third
approved
row.
right there.
This is what was approved originally. This is, like say, that cul-de-sac, but then this is where we found out we had that
So
power
then
easement.
did they, oh, is that right? So remind me on that.
Okay, but that's why what they did was come back. And I'm going to pull this down, but you can see, so over here on this, I'm just going to call it Bonnie Lane because it's on the record. I mean, just in front of us. They've changed those where they all face Bonnie Lane now, and they have those long driveways.
So that's why they straightened out that road.
Yeah, this one here, because of the power easement ran through here and they couldn't do that. So they thought, well, we'll just make the driveways go through the power easement. And then they came up and put another row up here on the proposal you have before you tonight. They're
Another
also
row
adding
and
a
then-
third
and then
one up here.
Okay.
Okay, and that's the one that staff was uncomfortable with because again, that particular dotted line right there. And if you go up there and just look at the area, it really starts hitting into some of the areas that we're trying to protect maybe in sight.
So your concern is mostly is only staff's concern is only on the stuff on the left, and you're not, because you don't know where the exact line is on that third row where your
Right.
cursor is now.
And that's where I'd like this engineer now, Horrocks, to impose that hillside line. And with that, I think that would help answer a lot of concerns and then you could decide whether you need to do a condition or not.
And Drew, the other thing I would like, from what Civil Science had to Horrocks is if you scroll down on that, the next map shows the contour lines as well. I would certainly like to see that, what that no disturb line, but it's also helpful to see the contour lines as well. I just want to make sure we're not encroaching on that do not disturb area. It's just really difficult for me to wrap my head around what was approved with the limited information they've brought forward with what they want to amend it to. It almost feels
That
a
one
little bit
line,
incomplete.
right? I think we're all in agreement. Is that one line?
The line
means a
is
lot right
critical,
now.
but
Yeah.
really, I still feel like I don't have, I mean, I agree with the concerns with the hillside, but I just still don't feel like I have quite enough to make these massive changes to the number, not only the location, but the number of units.
And with the mayor's patience, I was kind of using that time to talk to Drew about the alignment there as we were waiting to see if anybody came forward for the public comment.
So did that help you, Councilman? There you can see, here's the old amenity area right here, kind of close up and
got it.
the old layout. So, okay.
I wanted to just comment, James Jessup, I represent the developer. I wanted to comment, we did pull that up, but where you can see, Craig, the contour lines, we've come up to that line, but we haven't come off of the hillside like you were concerned with.
Well, I'm just looking at,
and that's,
I don't know where this line came from, but it doesn't match our GIS line.
Okay.
And so I have no idea where these lines came from, but the line here that says it's the hillside line, it does not match the one we have. And I'm basing it totally on Florence Drive, because Florence Drive is, I mean, if Drew pulls it up, the whole arc and the bend is in the hillside.
That was another comment I have is from the cut in Florence Drive, that hillside is already has a massive cut right through the center of it.
Yeah. And I don't know.
The way we have this laid out now would actually help that roadway go down the mountain and even that hillside out, because right now, if you were to stand on top of that cut and try and take a step off of that and try and stop before you hit the bottom, because it's just a really sharp cut by the time you lay those sides out, just to get Florence Drive's access safe and where it looks like it isn't just like they botched the middle of the mountain, then this layout works.
And I hope you understand what we're saying is that, but we like the recommendation from the hillside to
That makes
understand.
sense. We've actually talked about it several times too on that area that Drew is drawing. The reason that proposal was that rather than just moving that cul-de-sac up and having a two-sided road is AGC's concern is it needs to be at an 8% grade because it's a landslide mixed with the blue clay area. And
I wish they were there to, here to really explain what that is, but this part of it needed to drop, this part it needed to raise, and it couldn't be in one big retaining wall. It had to be in a series of steps. The way we're proposing is actually a lot more expensive. We have 2 roads now, and they're both single-sided roads. But the only way we could do that to conform with Wayne's design is to do it in smaller steps, in shorter steps to deal with that landslide area.
You're talking the townhomes to
I
the
am.
west.
Yeah.
See, and I appreciate, Drew, that you've drawn that in, but see, that's on the current approval. And what I have a hard time is seeing where is that, where is that do not disturb line on the proposed amendment to the development. I'm lost in that. I mean,
So these are, I guess, you're wanting them to update the map before.
I just
it's
can't.
not a decision.
Yeah, I
tonight,
mean, I
so
drove
it's-
up there, I look at it, with the limit, I mean, I don't even see the contour lines with the limited information. I just feel a little bit. I mean, it may be that this is a better design, but I can't see some of those things that would give me reassurance. So I question, are the slopes over 40%? I question geotech reports. I question topography on the map, slope analysis. I question whether or not we're encroaching on the do not disturb. Those are just questions that for me, need to have some answers on, especially right here on this slope.
And my understanding is in the development other places, I don't know if the geotech is the same, but we're having some trouble in some other areas because of the difficult soils, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And everybody has known from day one.
Yeah.
This area.
No, it's from the very beginning.
This
we've talked
piece,
about this.
which is normally referred to always as the Nyson piece, because Brendan, her husband owned it and she was in charge of it. And I think they've known all along, everybody's known, since the 70s and 80s, this was a challenged piece of soils. Probably Councilman Bundy knows that all the years he's spent here, but everybody knows this has got things that will have to be addressed.
And that's, I think, what's hard, and what I'm hearing from my fellow council members is we're looking at this plat to approve a layout, but yet we have to wait for hillside recommendation and soils analysis. And a lot of that's going to come back through staff. So it's difficult for us to, and I get it that puts the applicant in a difficult position too, because they're trying to follow the process. It's just that for me, I would just prefer to have a few of those assurances because, if they do meet those requirements, then I'm okay to approve it. But without, having a few more of those answers, the last thing I want to do is approve something then.
Yeah. Well, Drew, you were talking about in the 70s and 80s, you knew about this, but in the 2000s, this really got repunctuated for the city because we had cracked basements and other difficulties in the city with some of these blue clay areas.
So where this is just a public hearing, maybe we could have some of these items come back to us before.
Yeah, because you have a 2-week holdover, and I would just recommend you would just you may want to close your public hearing tonight, but just say that, with new information, you may want to open it back up, which you have the right to do 3 weeks from tonight. I would just say that we will move the public hearing forward because people should be able to comment on the new information that would be provided, not everything in 3 weeks, but the public then could have the public hearing to talk about the stuff that was brought back during that 3-week period that you would like to see.
You okay with that?
I just have one other question. I'm sorry. James might be able to answer this. The remaining property that's hillside, what's going to be the long-term nature of that? Do you know right offhand? The hillside that's still
That is
left?
hillside, that'll just be left.
Open
This
space,
open space. That's where we're getting some of our density.
Oh, both your
To
density.
be able to even make a difficult piece like this pencil. That's why we are asking for the additional units.
Okay.
What we've done in Desert Flower has really been a good hit. I mean, the people around it, we've had compliments from a lot of the Bella Vista people that have been so, I mean, have been so careful to make sure that we are doing this the right way. So what we did on these lots is we took those lots, we widened them a few more feet so that we could get a true RV space on the side of a pad. So these are a little bit wider lot. They're deeper by 5 feet than the deepest lot over in Desert Flower. So they're bigger lots. They are, it's still a less dense zoning than all the surrounding area around us. The RV park to the right, the Cherokee Springs RV park, the retirement of
Horizon
that community, right?
Point.
Ridge Point, but then the other one to the south,
Kings Row.
right by Cherokee Springs.
Horizons?
Horizons, yes. So we're still a lighter density than all of those. So we were trying to do something that still could be affordable, still could be manageable, but still we're conforming with the densities around us with that. And it is a problematic piece with the ground.
Hey, James, can you talk about 1100 East? Is that your responsibility to build? And it looks like it's a 36-foot road, and then
it will be.
You know, is that finished with curb gutter sidewalk?
Right now, we're grading that area. We are in the middle of construction plans. Brandon's reviewing those right now. This is the push, is that first triplex right by Bella Vista is what we want to use for our parade home. So I would like to see, even if you said it with conditions, I would like to be able to at least keep proceeding forward to get the access that's needed by Bella Vista, Desert Flower, the Desert Trails community that is coming in, and the whole area needs that second access. And then what we were going to ask is if the designs of the homes, if you guys like them, they look a lot like Desert Flower. They're going to look like a lot like the apartments that are coming across the road. If we could proceed with getting some kind of a permit on that first triplex so we can be ready for the parade home.
Wasn't that already approved, Drew?
Yeah, your preliminary plat's approved. That means that desert, whatever.
Our renderings, I guess.
Yeah, but the only thing would be holding you up would just be that. And
Right.
if I were you, I would just, if you're thinking that's what you want to do, I'd turn my building permit in with the current thing, and you can change your elevations on a building permit. We're not going to get, that would be easier to change through the building department.
Okay.
But the road is already, in fact, that road's already dedicated to the city, I think.
It is.
So
our
it's not
equipment's
part
out
of even
there
your
moving
preliminary
dirt.
plat. So I'm not worried about holding them up on access.
On 1100 East or
Both.
Desert Cactus?
Both of them. It's been given.
It was
the L
approved,
shaped.
but with the condition that it be improved before the plat actually gets recorded.
Yeah.
Something to that.
And is it?
I think it
just
was
36
30
feet
units.
because,
Well,
is it
over
36 feet
36?
just because
Yeah, there's.
that's all the room you had?
Yes,
Because
that's
otherwise
correct.
it would typically be a
is
little
correct.
wider than that.
It has all the asphalt of a residential. It just doesn't have the sidewalk and the extra on the one side.
If we went to
So
the
there's just
true
a
width,
sidewalk on one side,
One
not
side.
both.
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
we would have had to go in and take back property behind that, and that would have caused a lot of.
Yeah. So you won't be held
This
up
room
on
would have been full.
access.
It's improved on that west side to where there's a building and.
It
all
is.
that you really
Yep,
couldn't do.
fence lines are already in.
In both sides, for that matter, you have those units there that are right up against it. So
Right.
It is where it has to be, basically.
Thank you. Any additional questions for James? Did I see no one wanted to come up from the audience? Tara, were there any additional comments?
There were no comments on this item, Mayor.
We did have these two. We will add them to the minutes, but I will not read them. I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Mayor, make a motion, we close the public hearing with the option to open it up at the 2-week holdover.
Staley second.
Oh.
Did you have more to your?
I wasn't done, but that's all right.
How much more do you want? I'm home. I haven't never had that long of a Motion to close the public hearing, so there's more, please.
Well, we never have tried to hold it open either, but no, I'm good.
I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Staley, aye.
Ward, I.
Ivy, aye.
Goats eye.
Bundy, aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. A public hearing for consideration to open and amend the 2021 fiscal year budget. Brian Brown.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Steve pulled it up for me. So this will be the final budget amendment to what we call the fiscal year 21. Because after June 30th of this year, we can't make any adjustments. And so here on the screen, we show the current budget and then the amended budget that we're proposing. And just to go through some of these items, on the general fund, most of the adjustment there falls under the transfer of the fleet to the general fund. So what we're saying was right now we have a fleet fund. We're proposing that we zero out all the fleet funds and move those to the general fund. And then also in that general fund budget amendment would be for the 2 fire trucks we purchased for the shared one, and then the other fire truck that was sitting outside tonight. And that was 1.1 million. And then also in that amount is the major amount, part of that is to actually pay off the internal loans for the fleet loans and also for the golf course loan. And part of the reason why for paying off the fleet loans, it helps us close out that fund. And we figured this year would be a good year where our revenues were higher. And also with that, it also helps decrease our fund balance where we have to be under the 35%. And so we don't have to go spend more money. We just get this debt off our books, which helps clear that up. And then as we go down the capital projects, on last year's budget, we redid Main Street, and part of that budget carried over, but it wasn't actually included in this year's budget. So it's kind of completed in this last budget and this budget. And then also the cemetery expansion was not included in this year's budget. So that's what the 732,000 is. The water, there was some emergency well replacements for 171,000. Yeah, 171,000. And also on the irrigation there, the 99,000 was for, once again, Main Street, the Main Street upgrade. It wasn't, the final amount wasn't budgeted in this year. And then the fleet, we just zero that one out. So it would have a zero budget. That's why it just matches the current budget, but negative. And so that's what we're proposing for this budget amendment. Do you have any questions regarding the budget amendment? I don't have a nice pen like Drew, so I can't draw on it, make a nice artwork on it.
No questions for Brian. Okay, it's a public hearing. Again, any of you out there that are fascinated by city budgets and would like to have a question answered? If not from the audience, any from the social media audience, I guess, if that's the right word, Tara.
There were no public comments on this item either, Mayor.
Okay, I will entertain a motion to close this public hearing.
So moved.
Seconded by Councilman Bundy.
All right, thank you. I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Bundy, aye.
Goats eye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward, I.
Staley, aye.
Could I just make one comment on this? Lest anyone thinks we haven't looked at this before or thought about this, or we aren't asking any questions. We talked about a lot of this already. So just so everyone knows that it's not just a rubber stamp.
Do that again. What was that? How'd that go? Thank you. Okay, we'll move on. Item D, public hearing for consideration to approve amending the Washington City Code, Title V, Public Safety, Chapter 2, Offenses, Nuisances and Traffic, Section 6, State Traffic Laws in full force and effect on Washington County School District property. Chief Williams. Lieutenant, you gonna handle that? Thank you. Chief had a little medical emergency, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Good evening.
Daughter broke her finger.
Chief Williams asked me to sit in for him based on the amendment we'd like to take place. We were approached by the school district asking for some help with enforcement on their,
Yeah, there you go. Speaking of the mic, baby. Thanks, LT.
asking for some enforcement on their properties. Right now, as the law states for state code, we have minimal enforcement action we can take for as far as traffic laws. So they requested that we make this amendment to be able to have better ways to educate the community. That's our goal mainly, is to have a valid reason to be able to stop them and talk to the students.
Principal out at Crimson, Rusty Taylor, reached out and shared part of the problems they were having. And I'm very happy it's been a minute. So you guys have been very thorough, but I'm glad that we're able to work with them and hopefully get this put into play before the next school year. Sounds like they really needed it. So
Yeah, it's an ongoing issue after school hours, during school hours, you name it. So,
yeah, after.
Thanks, Lieutenant. Any questions, additional questions?
If I could, just a basic question. So other community or other schools, other communities have probably done this as well. Did you know, has there been some success with, I heard you say trying to work with the, I guess the high school students primarily, or maybe that you're trying to help them to see the light, that they need to be careful. Is that successful?
Yeah, so that mainly most of our traffic enforcement down there is trying to educate them. Most of the time they know what they're doing, but due to them being on private property, there's not a lot of enforcement we can do. So now if with this change, we'd be able to say, hey, this is what you can be facing. This traffic law that you violated now applies to the parking lot, school district properties. So it will show some success for sure.
And Councilman Bundy shed some more light on that. The students knew that there wasn't a lot law enforcement could do.
Yep, correct.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Thank you.
This public hearing.
Council.
Oh, hello
Council.
there, Chief.
Chief Williams. Hey, and also if there's any concern or question about any success with it, we could also do a report back to the city manager, whether that be in 6 months or whatever after the school year, just so we can kind of gauge where this is going and if it's the same or the right direction what we're trying to accomplish. So
I'd appreciate that. That's great.
Thank you, Chief. How's your daughter?
she's recovering. So, but better than she was.
Good. Thank you. Again, a public hearing, those of you that would like to make comment. I see none. How about from the public comment online?
No public comments on this item either, Mayor.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion then to close this public hearing.
So moved, Mayor.
Second.
Motion and a second roll call vote.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Bundy, aye.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. Item E, public hearing for consideration to approve an additional height waiver request HW-21-01 for a ground up hospital located near the southwest corner of Washington Parkway and Buena Vista Boulevard, Washington, Utah. Applicant SCISM St. George LLC.
Turn my mic on. Thank you again, Mayor. Applicants requesting a waiver for the maximum height of buildings allowed for a structure in a commercially zoned property, and this happens to be C3 zoning. The maximum allowable height is 45 feet for commercial. The applicant is seeking approval to extend the height of their hospital to 90 feet at complete build out. The initial phase of the construction will be roughly 3 floors at 60 feet, with the additional 30 feet coming later and the expansion of a 4th and a 5th floor of this future hospital. Staff has no issues with this. I know it sounds like it's really climbing, but if you drive over to St. George, and we've probably all visited that hospital personally or visited a friend, it's a tall hospital. It's probably going to be even taller than this one. And it doesn't really offend, I don't think, many people. It's height. You know, most people go to a hospital, they're usually 4 and 5 floors. So staff has no issue with this. Again, starting out at 60 and then they will add. This exhibit is kind of just showing you the dark black and white lines are what will come initially. And then the pink highlighted area is those future floors. But I do appreciate them, the applicant, they actually sent you in this. And this is more of a rendition that kind of helps you see where that addition will come. You can see that ghost area up on top. It's kind of a pink hue up here where my arrow is flashing around. That will be the addition on there for the height that they will eventually end up at.
Is ghost hue an actual construction term?
I just invented it tonight. It'll be.
I wrote it down.
Siri you'll be able to say goes in. Yeah.
I think it was
Brought
one of
to
the
you
words
by-
Shakespeare invented.
It might be. So anyway, council, that is what's before you tonight. Again, staff has no issues. You know, in any other commercial kind of building, you might have more issues, but knowing the nature, hospitals are what they are. I mean, every hospital I've been to, I don't go to many. I've only been in 2 of my whole life. But yeah, where's that?
I think
and-
Chief Williams is there right
He's
now.
there right now. He probably is glad there's a
Looked
4th floor,
like
else he wouldn't
was-
be
he looked
where
pretty
he's at
high
right
up.
now.
Yeah.
But
So-
anyway, that's what's before you tonight is just to see, this is just the rendition again, will actually transpire. And it is just over that area. Is that right, gentlemen? Or is it, you know what I'm saying? It's just over that portion, not this other portion of the hospital? Okay, so it looks like where those birds are starting to head to, that's where the addition, that those are birds, I figured out.
And that was a good effect there, the birds.
And the part on the left will stay 60 feet. Then the other part will go to the 90 at
But if
at
we
complete
get to the
build out.
5th floor, the birds might not be able to clear it.
They might not, that's true.
So
Go on.
beautiful building. Curious as to what the initial square footage will be. I probably could have dug closer, but I'll bet you can answer.
Logan Scott with CREF, representing the owner as well as the future tenant. It's actually
A little closer, thank
it's
you.
actually 92 feet is what we're looking for.
Okay.
Which there is a variance in your.
Yeah, we
reflected
better
in what
make
we
sure
put
that's
versus the
on there
text.
because
The original square footage is about 130,000 square feet for the first build out. It's 40 licensed beds, 2 ORs, future expansion of 2 cath lab, endo, full services for a general practitioner hospital.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
So
Any
uh,
additional, go ahead, I'm sorry.
The only additional comment to be able to go with this is this does not account for the actual grade of the site itself. So we were reviewing that today, where the finished floor sits is actually about 30 feet below the intersection of Buena Vista and Washington Parkway. And so this will not be sitting up on a hill screaming to the world, look at me. Because of the grade of the location, it's actually going to be depressed down. And so the elevation of the road will look at about the 3rd floor, just as a reference.
Oh,
We're
nice.
saying
saying
the
that
actual
we're saying-
building will be 92 feet from grade
From grade,
when
Grade
it's
going in.
got the final floors completed. Was it 5 stories?
correct. But once again, we're not sitting up at the grade of Buena Vista and
That's great.
And we're looking at this side of the building, but I'm assuming you're putting some windows on the backside to maximize the therapeutic effect of looking at those rocks back there. It's a
Beautiful
beautiful
area.
view out there.
we're actually, and that's one of the clarifications we've made is this is still being adjusted on the site for orientation.
Oh,
And so what you're going to see from the south elevation isn't determined yet because we're still trying to balance it out for access, viewability for the future from the expansion to the north as well as traffic. Right now, it's likely that this would be the north elevation. And so we'll actually be facing the main entrance directly towards that intersection. So when you come off the freeway, or if you're coming down Washington Parkway, you'd look at the front of our building instead of having to drive around to the backside of it.
When are you hoping to break ground?
We were tracking for July. We moved that back to September. We're going to start releasing major packages. And so we'll do a groundbreaking ceremony and stuff, probably September, October. We're still tracking and pushing to try to have a completion in 2023. But that's also dependent upon the boats that you were talking about with PVC and everything else earlier in the meeting. Any other questions or
I
comments?
do have one. It might be more of a staff question. I'm probably showing my old school mentality here, but there used to be a day that we didn't get too high with buildings because of fire apparatus. Are we okay if we get to 92 feet?
I'm just gonna speak for the fire chief. We're gonna be fine. And,
Okay.
and if you remember, we just purchased a new ladder truck. So.
That's right. That's
yeah,
right.
So.
But
And we adjusted the budget.
Part of the
it
budget
it could be a
adjustment.
short ladder. That's why I just want to make sure it's tall enough to get to the top of 90.
Funny, it's 93 feet. I don't have any.
The building will all be fully sprinklered as well. So, I mean, you have a lot of fire protection that way.
And with that, part of what we're required is we actually have to have pressurized fire assemblies to be able to make sure we can get the pressure up to that to compensate. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm
Welcome
glad
to
you came
Washington.
forward. Yeah. Thank you.
Again, a public hearing. Any of you out there that would have a comment, or Tara, anybody online had a comment?
There were no public comments on this item.
Okay, thank you. Then I will entertain a motion to close this public hearing.
Councilman Bundy? Yes.
Second
Close.
by Coates.
Public, excuse me,
Roll call.
roll call vote.
Bundy, aye.
Coates, aye.
IVI.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
Okay, item 7, height waiver, consideration to approve the height waiver request HW 21-21-01 located near the southwest corner of Washington Parkway and Buena Vista Boulevard.
I just have one change, 92 feet, Mayor, instead of 90.
You know, Mayor, that makes perfect sense. I don't know if there's any more discussion, but I want to say before I make my motion, that was one of the best dressed people we've had at that microphone. So.
Oh, wow,
That's
yeah.
a lot.
That's Harrican. Anyway, Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve a height waiver to 92 feet, HW 21-01 located near the southwest corner of Washington Parkway and Buena Vista Boulevard.
Second.
I do have a motion and a second roll call vote.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
IVI.
Coates, aye.
Bundy, aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. That's approved. Item 8, resolution consideration to approve a resolution opening and amending the 2020-2021 fiscal year budget.
I'll take a stab at the motion.
Thank you.
That we approve a resolution opening and amending the 2020-2021 fiscal year budget as presented by Brian Brown. And it looks like the total amount would be 81,693,064.
Bundy, second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second on our budget. Roll call vote.
Bundy, aye.
Coates, aye.
IVI.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
Thank you. That is approved. And thank you, Brian, for your time and effort on that. Item 9, ordinance, consideration to approve an ordinance adopting zone change Z-21-12. Request to change from agriculture 20 acre lot size minimum A20 to residential agricultural half-acre lot sizes RA.5 located at approximately 850 East Indian Springs Drive, applicant Washington City. City manager or Drew?
I'll
Okay.
take that, yeah. Thank you, Mayor. The 2-week holdover is now complete, council. This item is ready for action. This reminds you, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of Z-21-12 for the change from the Ag 20 to an RA half. And again, this is property owned by Washington City. I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have had in your 2-week process.
If there's no discussion, I'll motion that we approve an ordinance adopting zone change Z-21-12, which is a request to change from agricultural 20 acre lots minimum to residential agricultural half-acre lot size minimum located at approximately 850 East Indian Springs Drive.
Go ahead, I have a motion.
I'll make it.
I'll beat you to it. Ward, second.
Okay, have him.
I was stuck in the middle with the mayor trying to say if he was calling
Just
for a
didn't have my
second or not.
microphone on, or I would have beat that.
I will ask for a roll call vote.
Bundy, aye.
Coates, aye.
IVI.
So we had
Ward, aye. Sorry about that, Council.
Staley, aye.
So we had
I'm just
three-
glad
we had
Councilman
three
Ward's in
have
the books. He's officially in the books
We had
tonight.
a motion in 14 seconds, so
I didn't want to interrupt the mayor, you know.
thank you. Item B, excuse me, consideration to approve an ordinance amending the Washington City Code, Title V, Public Safety, Chapter 2 Offenses, Nuisances and Traffic, Section 6, State Traffic Laws in full force and effect on Washington County School District property.
You know, Mayor, this is something that, as I mentioned before, the good principal out at Crimson reached out and shared some individual stories that motivated this discussion. And I would be happy to make that motion if there's no other discussion. I'll make a motion to approve an ordinance amending the Washington City Code, Title V, Public Safety, Chapter 2 Offenses, Nuisance and Traffic, Section 6, State Traffic Laws in full force and effect on Washington County School District property, excuse me.
Second by Coates.
Do you have a motion and a second? Again, we'll do a roll call vote.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Bundy, aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. That's approved. Item C, consideration to approve an ordinance amending restrictions on the use of fireworks within certain areas of the municipality. City manager.
Okay, and I don't know this is necessarily my item, but I think we'll have a robust discussion. Hopefully a good one ensues. We certainly already have fireworks areas where we restrict fireworks to, but with all of the discussion and the things that are happening in the area and in the state, I'd certainly like to hear from the fire chief and from our attorney as far as what steps the city can take. Again, we do have a restriction in place right now, but there needs to be a little bit more discussion just to make sure that we're where we want to be on this before the holiday.
Come on up, chief.
The man in red.
I wear red, right?
It's a good color.
Could be opposite of the person that was in blue just a few minutes ago. Even though the LT looks pretty good, so it's all right.
Yeah, he does.
Oh, fireworks. Lots of discussion going on about fireworks. For a number of years, we've had a map that looks just like this. We did change it just a little bit, but for the most part, we've enacted these restrictions. Oh, I don't know, at least the last 5 or 6 years. And really, as we looked at it, this is the limit as far as it goes. We believe, and I'll start with myself first. I believe that the state code's pretty clear in that we can restrict this, but we cannot ban it. And we can see that there are other cities that have taken action as recent as yesterday. We had another discussion today with the state fire marshal, and he's been on the phone and talking to all of these jurisdictions, including city attorneys and everything, and they still agree that the state code is very clear, and municipalities do not have the ability to outright restrict.
I suspect in this
outright
drought-
ban.
Yeah, I suspect in this drought, you're going to have some state senators who are going to take a shot at that and modify that because
He said he's already received lots of calls as far as that goes, and they expect now they talk about fireworks bills on the table all the time, and so he expects that there'll probably be some changes. Now, there's some ways you can get through that, and there are some municipalities that have a completely different scenario, and you actually hit on one like a Park City. I mean, there's no space. That's completely in the interface area. You can, the state forester can get involved. There's some things there that would change that dynamic. But you got to get historical, and it is a process. But at any rate, so with that, we've simply looked at this pretty straightforward. We understand that people want to light off fireworks this year. As a state, our message is to ask people to enjoy the professional shows and not do them personally, but at the same time they do have that ability. And so we use this map and we simply pull it into the restricted areas. We still have fires. We have lots of fires on the 4th of July. Last year, we actually had a number of fires that burned themselves out before we could get there. There was no fire crews available anywhere in the county with the amount of fires and everything that we had going.
So how many calls do we get on the 4th of July or 24th weekend?
Oh, especially if you pull in the amount that come across as illegal fireworks in our police department, when you look on the dispatch page, which will be a full computer screen, you'll scroll through 3 or 4 screens of calls that are just waiting. And so, you know, at any given point, there's probably at least 40 calls on the screen, sometimes 50.
So
And-
Chief, how do we arrive at this restricted area? Is it a percentage of the city or is it just common sense?
We took it more as the areas that were really developed areas. You know, we don't typically, we have problems in those developed areas, but it's not problems with them lighting fires that, you know, that get away or things like that. It's problems with, you know, somebody that doesn't set it up right, or they dispose of them improperly, or all those kind of things. Put them in the garbage can, put them next to your house. They're still hot. Garbage can catches on fire, catches the house on fire. Things like that happen. But when you look at the problem we're talking about at the dry state and all those kind of things, if we feel like if you stay in the neighborhood, you really reduce all that. So we're looking at just restricting them to those developed areas. We understand that a lot of communities like to restrict them to city parks, and a good share are taking that avenue this year. We don't feel like that's a great avenue for us just because of where our city parks locate. A good share of our city parks will be in that red area because they sit right next to the river.
Yeah.
Yep. It's all those challenges where it sits. And so, and then the other piece of that too is now we take the whole city and we congregate them to one or two little places, and the risks that are involved with the personal injury and those kind of things of putting everybody there. So we feel like this is a better option as far as it goes. What we did with the map to change it slightly was really, we just moved it in a street. So we went a whole street width. So you're truly internal to it. So if you take, you know, the Highland is just that easy, and you can see it right there. And you can see that for the most part, you have that outside road of houses and that outside street. The internal streets in that neighborhood, you would be fine. You would, I mean, you're a few hundred feet. Can we still have problems? Absolutely. And, you know, in the wind and things tip over and they shoot off, all those kind of things. Absolutely. But we feel like this is really a good compromise. Still allows people to do that if they still choose. And
It changed from last year. Did it?
It just literally shrunk in a road. So we simply on those
You're
outside
talking about the
skirts-
interior of the subdivisions.
Yeah, we just pulled it in a road. So
tightened
the
it up.
outside road that goes all the way around the outside of those neighborhoods, where they front those kind of things. We simply just shifted it in a road. So we tried to leave some area in every neighborhood if we could. As far as it goes, some you can't do that because it's literally just a circle. And so there's nowhere internal to do it. Of course, the recommendation is people don't do this on their lawn, those kind of things, because it's not a firm, flat surface, not stable enough. That's where you get things tipping over, all those kind of problems. So that's really how we came up with this. And it, like I said, this was developed really long before me, and we feel like it's a sound principle. And we don't typically have problems when people are doing it right and they do it in the areas that are open.
So Chief, I don't know if this is a question for you or for our city attorney, but I know that the provision or the statute that dictates this is statewide. So that would apply to municipalities, unincorporated county areas, all areas of the state.
So all unincorporated county areas are closed all year round. But you're right, there's a statutory provision adopted by the Utah legislature that dictates this. And the public conversation we've been having about fireworks is actually quite fascinating. It's not often that you get such a robust discussion on a public issue. So it's fascinating, and it's obviously happening for good reason. But our legislature adopted a fireworks statute years ago. And to back up and recognize that the total obliteration of a lawful business via law creates lawsuits. That's why we don't say you can't have an adult-oriented business in our city. We say we're just going to highly regulate it. The federal government highly regulates things like alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. Washington City highly regulates tobacco and smoking establishments. Fireworks is another one of those highly regulated businesses, but the legislature chose not to regulate it out of business to avoid the legal risk of putting a lawful business out of business. And so the regulation that they passed years ago says fireworks are banned all year, except for 4 holidays, July 24th, July 4th, New Year's, Chinese New Year's. Then they put some days on each side of each of those where you can light them off a little before and a little after. Then they expanded a little bigger window when you can sell them. That's the ban. So the legislature banned them entirely except for those 4 holidays. While doing that, the legislature said this, and I'm going to read it straight from the statute because this is one thing that's been missing from the public conversation. The legislature said, a county, a municipality, a metro township, or the state forester may not prohibit a person from discharging Class C common state approved explosives during the permitted periods described in subsection 3, which are the 4 I just described. So that's the language that Chief Evans and I don't debate or quibble with. We think it's very clear what the legislature intended is that Washington City may not further restrict them. Now, this next section, they do give us some leeway. They say a municipality or metro township, again, they've carved out state forester and county, but a city or a township may prohibit the discharge of Class C common state approved explosives in certain areas with hazardous environmental conditions. And then in the fire code, the legislature adopted a new a Utah specific section of the fire code that says hazardous conditions are areas that have existing or historical hazardous environmental conditions, mountainous, brush covered, forest covered, or dry grass covered areas are within 200 feet of waterways, trails, canyons, washes, ravines, within the wildland urban interface, or what the legislature calls a limited area outside the hazardous areas. That's what Chief is describing as the road, just kind of the road buffer that we've brought it in. And so this map was developed when the legislature adopted this new legal scheme for fireworks.
So, Mr. Segmiller, is there any distinction between aerial fireworks and ground-based fireworks?
There is distinction, but not within Class C. Class C includes basically all of those. And then there's other fireworks, the bigger ones. Chief would be the better person to speak about the distinctions, but within Class C, aerials are allowed by the state of Utah during these 4 holidays.
That was, as you know, that was a shift that the state made, I don't know, 8 or 9 years ago now. And prior to that, if you saw a firework that went over the roof of a house line, you knew it was illegal. Today, it's pretty tough to tell by how high it goes. You almost have to physically inspect it to tell if it's legal or not. The size and the type that you can buy aerial wise is they're as big as we set off professionally at the park. So that display, you can get them, you can't get them in the form that those folks use as far as it goes, and those reloadable forms and all that kind of stuff, but you can get that size of a mortar that will go off. And that of course is part of the challenge or part of the fears when you start to congregate people or say, well, we'll give you 2 places to go. They can take these and they're extremely dangerous. And if it's going the wrong way, now we jam so many people into a small area and the potential for the injuries. And so it's kind of those trade-offs.
So Washington City views the state law similar to the governor, his statement a few weeks ago, which is, we believe the legislature's fully regulated fireworks, and we're trying to maximize the leeway that the legislature has specifically given us within the law. And we also recognize that by so doing, there's going to be cities that try to ban them altogether. If the legislature wants to come and ban them, I think that you would see staff would be very relieved with that. But we just don't think that we have any legal authority to ban them any further than they've already been banned.
It seems like a reasonable amendment to legislation to say if it's extreme dry conditions, that it would just make sense.
So just a definition for me and for others, I'm sure, I think I understand this, but a ban means none anywhere. The restriction means in that area.
Yep.
So
Well,
everyone
it could
knows
mean more than that, because it could also mean the sale. I mean, because we don't have any ability to restrict the sale of it. Yeah.
But I'm just thinking of people that want to use them, and they need to understand that we're not banning, it's not being banned, it's just being restricted.
Correct. And it is in a similar way than it has in the last few years. And the fires that we're talking about that really took most of the resources of the county. They were all those fires all existed for our city, they existed in that red area. They didn't exist anywhere in the gray areas, any of those problems. And they existed very similarly. Every city does a little differently as far as their maps, but similar topography, similar areas, it's all the bluffs, it's the river, it gets in that Tamarisk, and along the bottom of that, it's tough to stop and causes you lots of problems. And so if we could keep it to there, we would really minimize. We'll still have problems. There's no doubt about it. It's a very celebrated day, and sometimes that doesn't bring the best judgments in the world. And so there'll still be problems, but at least it'll be manageable.
So I think, to be clear, from staff recommendation, what we would recommend you do is pass the ordinance that's in front of you with the new map that the chief has developed with Dale. And that is as far as we feel like we can legally regulate them. That would be everything we feel like legally we have the authority to do. Or you don't pass the ordinance and we still have the map in place that we've had from previous years. And it's not including sort of that extra street that we've brought it in to maximize what we think we can regulate.
And you don't think you could go 2 blocks? With the height that they're going, I'm just kind of thinking, doing some math in my head with a 40, it tips over, it shoots off at an angle.
You can, absolutely. I think that's the piece, is we can restrict it as long as we allow them space. The challenge is the more we restrict it, the closer we push people. And so that's our fear, is we very likely could trade one problem for another.
Well, I recognize that.
We consolidate everybody in the neighborhood into one street, so to speak.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it would take some of these neighborhoods and just take them offline.
Correct.
So you would say, go someplace else. But in some ways, in some of these areas, I just know there's a lot of cheatgrass, which was not native to the area. It was actually brought in order to burn off areas. And I think that was a terrible, terrible idea, but we're living with that now.
Sure.
And some of these areas could really take off. Some of that same cheatgrass that burned, was that 2 years ago?
Reserve
That burned up here 2 years ago is still in place, just because we don't get snow load that knocks it down and kills it, and it just stays dry. It's quite a year.
Yeah.
But I guess my suggestion would be that we do kind of follow what the governor is saying, which is to just really encourage people to not do fireworks this year. And I'm wondering if, I know you're saying that it's going to compress people, but I'm wondering if we can kind of help them to understand, we really want you to not do it. And if you're going to do it, let's be way away from these wildland areas.
We can. And to be quite honest, we do have a slight challenge in that too. We have a slight challenge even with this modification.
Yeah.
This was all required by statute to be submitted on June 1st to go on the state's website. So everybody in the state is behind the requirement. The state will still accept it. It goes to the state fire marshal's page and they put it on there, all that. But we really, we're supposed to know all this, way in advance.
Yeah.
And have all that done. We can absolutely do it. I don't think that there's any challenges as far as that goes, and shrink that in more. It will close some of it off, but it does leave some open as far as it goes. And
I think the governor had us send a memo out that was including that, to say, look, we know you're not making the June 1st deadline, but they're still encouraging us to make some more restrictions. I think I'm not a big restriction person, and I really think this is a terrible year to not let people celebrate. But I think we have to kind of be aware of the fire danger of this year. I'd hate to see more fires take off up through our hills. I'd love to see people taking full advantage of being out and celebrating post-COVID.
So not going to delay this conversation, but I just want to say people just need to be safe and responsible. So with that, if we're looking for a motion, I'm ready to make one if everyone's ready.
Are you
Well,
going to
can you hold on one second?
Yeah.
Chief Williams, did you want to add anything with this fireworks thing? Okay, all right. I just wanted to.
Well, I'll make a motion that we approve the ordinance amending the restrictions to the use of fireworks with certain areas of the municipalities as outlined on the map provided to us in our packets, bringing in approximately one street from the existing maps.
Bundy, second.
You have a motion and a second, the roll call vote?
Bundy, aye.
Coates, aye.
IVI.
I'm gonna say aye, but I'm just gonna echo that I think I really wish people could fully celebrate this year, but I would, if anybody's still listening, which is a small group, but I hope that and I actually hope that the city is, and I know we've talked about publicizing this but I'd like us to do as much as we can to publicize it. A long way of saying Ward aye.
Staley,
Mayor, may I just make a recommendation? I know Steve's still on the call here, but I think it'd be a great idea to add that map to our front page of our website and try to get it out on social media, that there's a map in place, and to kind of share some of those. And I bet the chief's already done it because he's walking up to tell me he's already done it.
Yeah, and so that along those same lines, actually, we met, me and Steve and Dave met a couple weeks ago. He's got a schedule, so he's already developed.
I
the
should have known.
announcements. It's they're coming out regularly. They're a little different, all that kind of stuff, and he's got them timed and spread. And then, of course, we'll get more aggressive as we get closer. And then the other plan, we have 4 electronic message boards. We have all the banners, so we're going to put all that stuff out and direct them. There's a hot link on there, and you can get into the interactive map. So they can, if they start topping fireworks, of course, in our website, it'll pull that map straight up for them, and they can link into their neighborhood and blow it up. And so IT has done a phenomenal job, and Dale's been extremely helpful to make this usable. Which part? Blow it up. Well,
And council, this is one of those issues where the ability to just engage with the public, I think that there's a lot of public that are confused about what really the law is and what the decisions are. It's a great opportunity to encourage them to reach out to their state representatives when the session comes around, and also just to let them know, hey, Washington's doing what we can. We'd love if you put your fireworks away for a year or two, but we also don't believe that we have the right to just totally ban you from using them. And we wish to avoid the liability that I believe that the city attorney office believes is going to arise to those cities that are choosing to go against the way the statute's written.
Jeremy, one question. Are we planning on having 24th fireworks?
Yes.
Okay.
Professional fireworks.
Right. Okay.
That they're watched over by the fire department. So WashingtonCity.org/fireworks. If anybody's still watching, that's the page.
Thank you. We'll move on then to our reports. Anything to report from your assigned committees?
Mayor, I don't have anything to report, just that on Monday, the league is having a special discussion about the American Rescue Plan funding that will shed some more information out about the using of those funds and what's appropriate. And I look forward to hearing it and reporting back.
Thank you. If not, no others, I'll have our city manager report.
I have
Okay.
one. The Bicycle Collective has received 42 bikes at the Washington City Community Center. So really, really generous with the donations, and so we still have a little bit of time left, and those bikes will be rehabbed and redistributed by month end. So that's exciting. And they're also the Health Department has been doing some trail surveys, and they've done one specifically at Sullivan. And safety is a top concern when it comes to trails, pets on leashes, passing on the right side, and just riding or walking, running on the appropriate side of the trail. So they're going to continue to kind of dive into that. But anyway, there's a few updates from my committee.
Councilman Staley, do we get like a report from them or any findings that we can
So I can
benefit
ask
from?
Kai. He just brings those up at the committee meeting, but I'll ask him if we can get some more solid data from what he's finding. And but that's what he reported, that safety is right now the main concern. But I also appreciate the fact that they're being used so much.
Yeah, pretty soon we'll need stoplights down there at Sullivan and the bike path.
bike paths too. I'm
Crazy.
griping about just the ones on the roads.
Awesome. All right, city manager.
Okay, I'll be brief and I'll sound like a broken record, but water is the number one key issue we're dealing with right now. And it spills over into the fireworks, into the fires that we could have. But water conservation should be on the forefront of everybody's mind. We're doing a lot of public information on water conservation. I think I've shared this already with the council, but our parks department are just doing a tremendous job looking at all the ways that the city can conserve water and sort of show some leadership there in the community. So you will start to see dead spots in the parks. You shouldn't see water between 10 and 8, anything being watered in the city, which is similar to what we've asked all our residents to do. So even though we are on secondary water, we're trying to really lead out and show people what can happen, but expect to see a lot of effort in that regard. And just really kudos to the Parks Department for stepping up and showing some leadership there. But everyone in the community needs to do everything they can to help conserve water through the drought.
Are we finding that on that irrigation water, we're having the pressure to do it on the off times? Or is that maybe part of the challenge?
They're working on it the very best they can to make sure, but they've kind of committed to not watering during 10 and 8, even if that causes some issues, just because it's really hard to ask residents to do it and then say, well, we're kind of different, and so I really applaud them for stepping up and saying, we'll figure out how to do it. And you may see things not as green as they were, but that's part of conserving water too. So
Mayor, can I make one more statement? I just wanted to express our concern and for the community of Enterprise. They had a fire that ripped through the North Hills, lost at least one home. And I actually was up there last weekend and drove by it. And the fire, I thought, was all but out, but I guess it continues to burn. But if we can remember them in our prayers and our thoughts, and I do appreciate our good chief, Evan, setting some help up to them from our fire department. And I love the way our municipalities, our community works together to help each other in their time of need. And my heart goes out to them.
Thank you. Anything else, city manager? Okay, there is a need for us to go to a closed session to discuss purchase, exchange, or lease of property, and to discuss pending or potential litigation. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn to the closed session.
So
Mayor.
made, Councilman Bundy.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Just take 5 minutes.
Councilman Ivy abstained from the
Abstain
closure.
from the closure of the meeting.
Yeah, you abstain.
I abstained from the final vote. You take these home, Mayor,
My wife will love
and
us.
you get them out of here because I am.